All right. We should be live. Recording is running. Streamlabs says we're streaming. I can see myself on Twitch. And I can hear myself on Twitch. That is good. I'm always double checking the audio now. All right. Okay, let's see here. Whoa, Badger. Here right away. Badger, what is going on? Good morning. All right, I haven't even gotten started yet. Okay. Guess we'll get started since Badger's here. Almost get started here. All right. Emote. I have one. I uploaded one this morning, Badger. All right. Well, let me do a proper introduction. I'll talk about the emote because I have my first emote uploaded. I think it's still under review though, because I uploaded it this morning. So we'll see. We'll see how long that takes. All right. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Awful JavaScript Game Development. I'm your host, Jared. Yeah, today we have some interesting stuff that we'll be taking care of. We're going to be finishing up our new network protocol. We switched over to using JavaScript ArrayBuffers rather than JSON for sending our data. Going between client and server is now just on both sides, both the client and the server. Now we're starting to use ArrayBuffers of data, just raw bytes, rather than sending JSON and then having to parse it and that sort of thing. I should say JSON's a raw byte as bytes as well, but it's a JSON string, so all your data ends up getting encoded in a string format. And basically, it equates to a lot more data. I'm trying to minimize the amount of data I want to be sending here just for bandwidth reasons and paying for bandwidth, that sort of thing. So I'd like to minimize that as much as I can. Plus, there's a little added speed benefit of reading raw bytes, just knowing I need to grab this byte out of here, this byte here, and then kind of looking at that rather than parsing a whole JSON string of bytes, a whole string of bytes that need to be parsed into a JSON object or into an actual JavaScript object. So there's a little bit of speed boost from that. Probably not really going to affect anything here, but there is a little speed gain. Actually, a 10x speed gain from my testing, but that 10x, we're never going to really feel that, I don't think. Unless we had like 1 million players, maybe. would we feel something like that? But I don't think we're going to have a million players anytime soon. So I said I would try to work a little more on some emotes and stuff. So I got one emote. I plan to have some more, but I couldn't really come up with any good ideas. But since I take a lot of bathroom breaks, I thought, why not have a toilet emote? So I've uploaded this now to Twitch. I think it's still under review, because I don't see it yet. So I don't know. I have no idea. This is the first emote I've ever uploaded, so I have no idea if that's it. But it's a little pixel art toilet, basically. So yeah, I mean, that's literally all I could come up with for an emote. I might do some of my face. I might do like some. I might do a confused face, because I make a confused face a lot on stream. But there's the first emote. And I did it actually by first just hand drawing a toilet with pencil and then shrinking it down. I did a 32 by 32 image here, and then I just pixel art. I just kind of penciled on top of it with GIMP here, and added some little shadow and stuff. And I think it looks all right. Looks all right for programmer art. It'll do. So Badger can then at least have an emote to drop with all his channel points. And I've got some other cool plans, I think, to kind of bump the fidelity up for the channel. I want to kind of organize my my sub labels or follower labels and all of that. I'd like to make that just a little tighter, because as I was adding things, I just kind of have been throwing labels around willy-nilly and scrolling them and whatever. So probably have something better for that coming up before too long. Can move this up so the real fruitcakes gets all the glory there for the latest sub. All right, so I think we're ready to kind of just to jump right in here. So let's see what we got here, because I haven't even looked at the code since I didn't do a Thursday night stream. Sorry, I didn't do a Friday night stream. I was maybe going to do a Friday night stream, but that didn't work out either. Saturday was kind of crazy. So this coming week should be a little more normal, and I should be able to squeeze in an evening stream at some point. So yeah, let's look at what we. Well, okay, so our server right now, is taking 100% array buffers from the client. So if we look at our application object here on the server, keep my server code here on this side, keep my client code here. So we look at the server here. Basically, this is our on-message event handler callback right here. It's kind of big. Not too big, actually. Oh, yeah, right here. This whole region. So basically what I do is now I called this message buffer. Before this was just called message. But now I'm calling it message buffer, just to kind of differentiate and say that it's really a message, just an array buffer that's coming in. Now, actually, it's not an array. It's not a JavaScript array buffer that comes in. It's a NodeJS buffer, which is different. As we found out, as I spent quite a bit of time trying to do array buffer things, but really it was a buffer. So, a NodeJS buffer rather than a JavaScript ES6 array buffer. Typed array buffer. Array buffer is not a typed array. A typed array is a view into an array buffer. A view of how you interpret those bytes in the array buffer. But that's all different than a Node.js buffer, capital B. So yeah. So then let's write this out. Let's just hammer this out so we know what we're talking about. So there's the ES6, I believe it's ES6, JavaScript. Whoops. We'll say it's an array buffer is part of the JavaScript spec. So in other words, you can use this in Node.js, but Node.js has a buffer, capital B, as well. And what I thought was happening was I thought this message buffer that was coming in through our message object of our WebSockets on message, the buffer that I thought was coming in was an array buffer. So I was trying to treat it like an array buffer. And array buffer and buffer are very similar, but I was trying to like parse the floating point numbers from the mouse. So we were having mouse position movements. We're sending mouse movements from the client to the server, right? So on the server, I was expecting that this was an array buffer. So I was trying to open a floating point, a 32-bit floating point view onto a chunk of the data, chunk of our array buffer to get those mouse positions out, because our mouse positions are coming in as 32-bit floating point numbers. But what I realized is that it was actually a buffer. Now they behave almost similarly, so that like some of the methods or properties that I was like looking at with this kind of worked. It like half worked. It's like it wasn't like throwing an error when I was trying to do this, which is, that's JavaScript for you. So it wasn't throwing an error when I was trying to parse this array buffer, or trying to parse the actual JavaScript buffer as an array buffer, but the data kept coming out wrong. It kept coming out with the wrong positions for the, well, it wasn't wrong positions. It was the floating point numbers were not, let's explain this here nicely. So we have, let's say we got an array of number, bytes or something, and I'm just going to type some random decimal numbers to represent these bytes. And maybe this, and that, and this, that, and a couple more here. Actually, I think we did. How many did we have? I think we had 2, and then we had, another fourth group here. Or another element here on the end. Okay. So this, whoops. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? So we've got a 10-byte array buffer here. And basically what was happening is the first two bytes were the command. The command that would come in, and I think, actually I'm using a 16-bit number for the command. So actually that would be 2 bytes for the command. So that was saying, that would come into the server and tell the server that this was a mouse input coming from a client. And then these next 8 bytes, the first 4 being our X position of the mouse cursor, a 32-bit floating point number. 32 bits equals 4 bytes, right? So this is 4 bytes. And I just typed in random numbers and the other 4 bytes. Lutvol, what's going on, Lutvol? How are you doing? So I'm explaining here, Lutvol, a little issue I was having last time. Explaining how I was reading the bytes wrong, or I was doing the wrong thing. I was supposed to be using a Node.js buffer, but I was trying to use a JavaScript array buffer. So the buffer is just strict to Node, but Node.js also can use an array buffer. So I was treating things as an array buffer, but really it should have just been a buffer. I'm good, man. Just finishing up some work, getting ready to chill. Nice, nice. I guess you work, you're working remote? Working from home. And you're a developer, Ludval? Sorry if I've asked that before. Can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, so the problem we had here was our first two. Yep, currently we're remote. Nice, nice. As a web dev, cool. Gotcha. Want to become famous. Buy followers. That'd be great. All right, let me ban this guy here. There we go. I get so many of those want to become famous things, you know, and it's always, they always just use different, you know, Unicode characters to kind of spell out the English want to become famous, you know, just to kind of get away from like normal filters. But it'd be cool to like maybe write a little filter, write like a little, you know, regex kind of thing or filter kind of thing to like look at those messages and then kind of take all the possible like Unicode letters and just kind of match them up and see if any of them match. That'd be a lot. It'd be a lot of checking, but it'd be cool to like write a little filter to do that. That kind of goes through all the Unicode characters. Like these are all the Unicode characters that could be an A. These are all the Unicode characters that are some variation of N or whatever, and just kind of check each one of those. That'd be. And then auto ban. If somebody says wanna something, then have a little auto ban, like a little bot check for that. That'd be kind of cool, I think. Yes. So, as I was saying, we've now switched over to using, and we're not quite finished, but we've switched over to using. Yeah, if the filter is just on your channel, it will probably work. Yeah, exactly, right. Like a bot thing or whatever we could do. And I don't even know all the bot capabilities, but it'd be cool to kind of write a little program to do that and see if it works. I guess you could just do it all with regex, but I don't know if that. If it's rolled out Twitch-wide, scammers always find a way around it. Yeah, I would do it just personally, I think. Yeah, because then, you know, like I wouldn't want to write something that, you know, obviously it's checking against some sort of string pattern. Like you'd have to check the word wanna, right? So it'd be like, because it's always some variation of wanna get famous or something, or whatever it says. But like the wanna is always like, you know, W, but then like, do I know any? Yeah, like an A with an accent on it or whatever, right? 0, 2, 3, 4. I know some alt commands here. 0, 2, 3, 2. 0, 2, 3, 1. No. You know, it's all like stuff like that, right? So then you'd have to have some sort of like little filter that says, okay, so for the A, for the second position of that character, like match it against all the other Unicode characters that possibly have this kind of, you know, that like resemble an A or something, right? Because they're trying to get away. They're just trying to do that Unicode thing to be clever about getting around, like just filtering. Wanna get famous? Wanna get rich and famous? You know, so instead of like just the single English like that, you know, they try to be all clever with Unicode characters. But it'd be cool to like just, you know, we just look at the first letters here and then we do, you know, pattern match against A against all the A with the accent, the A with the umlaut or whatever, all those different little things. That'd be cool, but I'd never do it. I don't know. Maybe I would. Anyway. Yes, so as I was saying, we've switched over to sending all of our data. Instead of sending data between client and server as JSON strings, we've now switched to just using ArrayBuffers. Or buffers, as we now know. So what I thought was originally happening is that on our WebSockets, so this is our server code here, our WebSocket.onMessage. So this is our message handler. Or this function here is our message handler. And then basically, I have message buffer now is the one property that comes in, parameter, I mean. Which, what I thought it was an array buffer. A JavaScript ES6 array buffer. That's what I thought. But what it actually was a NodeJS buffer object. Similar, but different. And because Node.js obviously can do ES6 array buffers as well, you know, so I wasn't getting any errors or anything. But what was happening so pretending this is our array buffer here, just the raw bytes. I just did decimal numbers for bytes. So, and then indices up at the top here. So our first byte or our offsets at the top. So byte 0, byte 1, byte 2. And I believe this is actually the size of a message, of a mouse movement message that comes through. So the first 2 bytes, I believe I'm using a 16-bit integer for the command from the client. So the client says, oh, this is a mouse movement. So that byte is described here, or that these first 2 bytes describe that there. And then from there on, the next 4 bytes are our mouse position, a 32-bit floating point number. Next 4 bytes are our 32-bit floating point number of the Y position. So what was happening is I was trying to just open a floating point, a 32-bit float. You're sending every mouse move. Yes, I am, Lutval. Actually, not every mouse move. The client is sampling the mouse movements. Sampling isn't quite the word, but it's basically the client is sending them on a 60 times a second. It's sending 60 mouse updates a second. So it's possible, you know, your mouse update rate might be higher. So it is sending 60 up to the server. Scared face. Yes, I know. It's a little crazy. But that's one reason why I switched to using array buffers, because I shrunk the amount of data we were sending down, like instead of JSON, shrunk the amount of data we were sending down like 7 times or something like that, I think. I don't remember the exact number, but you know, the amount of bytes we were sending is very small. So we're only sending 10 bytes right now for a mouse movement, which is nice. So when I was using this array, when I was assuming that our message buffer here that was coming in was an array buffer, remember a JavaScript, an ES6 array buffer. When I was assuming that, I was trying to open a view, a floating point, a float 32, is that what it was called? Yeah, a float 32 typed array. Why do you need to do that instead of handling it client side? It is handled client side, but the server is also checking to make sure that everything is good. Sorry if I'm ruining your flow. No worries. I'd like to say that my flow can't be ruined. No, these are good questions. So right now there's not any sort of cheat detecting. Well, actually, I should probably open up the game here. Because the server's running. Okay. So the client already is handling all the mouse movements, but the server basically is running its own copy of the game as well. So it's using less mouse movements than the client would be using potentially. Because I'm only sending 60 mouse movements per second. Right, cheat detection. Yeah. So, Preston, what's going on? Good to see you. Making an anti-cheat. You are? Or are you saying I am? Because you're doing a new project every day, it sounds like, Preston. Which is cool. Guess we both are. Nice. I'm not doing it right now. I was just bringing it up as like I will be doing it at some point. And it's not going to be super sophisticated. It's just going to be kind of some obvious things. I don't know. There might be some. I don't know. There might be some kinds of. In fact, that might be something we get to right now. Simple anti-cheat for now just gets all running processes, runs a SHA 256. Nice. And then just checks and does nothing with that. There you go. That's a start though, Preston. Sounds pretty good. I guess you got like a little lookup table, or you'd have like a little lookup table of all different types of cheat software or something. I feel like is that some in the cheat? I know nothing about cheat software. Mouse, whatever they call those, auto aims, aimbots, all that stuff. I know nothing about those. But I would assume that it would be in their best interest, whoever's making those, whoever's building those tools, to like change the hash all the time. Like, make the, I don't know, do something that like tweaks the hash or something all the time. Or like you tell your clients, your customers, to download a new program every 2 weeks or something. Sounds kind of interesting. All right, I got to take I missed what you said. Hang on, I got to take a quick bathroom break here. Firefox crashed. Gotcha. So I'll use this, since I have to go to the bathroom, I'll use this to plug my new emote that I don't think is live yet. Is it live? No, I think it's still under review by Twitch, but I uploaded it this morning. I have a toilet emote, little 8-bit, the sacred text file. Yes, so this will be an emote soon. And we can get the text file going here. Since I take so many bathroom breaks, I figured I should have a toilet emote. That's about as good of a thing I could come up with. So there we go, using the bathroom. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. I refreshed my beverages here too. Okay. Oh, Lutvol. Let's see. Hang on here. Lutvol got in here for me here. He was saying it won't be the best interest of cheating. Won't it be the best interest of cheating software changing their hash, make it difficult for you to look them up? Why not? Funny thing is, changing one letter changes the entire hash. So I'll be doing a string scan. String scan for what certain substrings. Toilet. Now, this is going to be my new emote, Blue Exabyte. Blue Exabyte, what's going on? Good to see you. Yes, the toilet is going to be my one of my emotes since I take a lot of bathroom breaks. I down the fluids. It's the best thing I could come up with for right now for an emote. You picked up that it was a toilet, so I guess that's says something about my... Says that I can at least do a little pixel art toilet. I did kind of just trace over, so I drew it with pencil first. And then I shrunk it down to 32 by 32. So this is my pencil down to 32 by 32. Which basically is pixel art already, like. So then I just colored it in a little bit, did a little bit of shadow, and there we go. So it's not live yet. A Populus emote. Well, yes, I probably will have maybe just a circle. Well, that's the thing. Like, I could just do circles because that's kind of you know, I don't know. Like, everything's just a bubble. Everything's just a circle. I was thinking you were gonna go for a coffee emote, but that's dope too. Could do a coffee emote. I didn't think about that. Download a CSGO cheat sheet to see what functions are ran. Nice. Yeah, I'm reading back here. I got a little backlog of stuff. It was really fun. I even found a kill switch. Nice, nice. Different color circles. Yeah, just every... Yeah, Lutvol, whatever that one, that yeah emote there, that's already pretty much it. Yeah, I could just have like all different bubbles, blue, red. I mean, I might just have one bubble emote. I don't know how many emotes I have. I think I only have 4 to start, so. Come on, it's not live yet. Hang on, let me look. Actually, no, we're not gonna worry about waste time with that right now. Okay. So I forget what I was gonna say about. Well, okay. So again, we're looking now to recap the issue I was having before. From our WebSockets on message callback here, which starts here. This is our function, the top line of the function, and then inside. And I have this one property that comes through called message buffer. And that used to be a JSON string, but we switched over to using just a raw byte array. Because it'd be quicker to parse. It would be a lot smaller than JSON, the amount of data I would have to send over JSON. So basically I can have 1 byte mean something versus JSON, you got to have like quotes and string, you know, like a JSON string gets all, you know, like white space and stuff gets moved out, but it's a string and you parsing, you know, your names of things are strings. And rather than just comparing 1 byte or something like that. So, what I thought was coming through here was an array buffer. I thought this message buffer was a JavaScript ES6 array buffer. But what it was a NodeJS buffer. So on the client side, obviously you can't use, there's no such thing as buffer on the client side. On the browser, right? Browsers, you've got ES6 JavaScript, so it's an array buffer. That's great. But Node.js can do both. So I was using array buffer at first because I thought it was an array buffer, but it wasn't. And it still works. Like it didn't throw an error, let's just say, but it didn't work properly. Because what was happening was I was trying to open up a typed array. I was trying to open up a new float 32. And what comes through here is like you specify like the buffer you're using. So I would like pass in message buffer here, like we're doing this message buffer, and then I'm trying to open. So I'm trying to view this buffer as floats, as floating point numbers. So I could specify. Oh, actually, what I did was, this is different. I remember what I did now. There's 12 bytes. So let's just make up some more bytes. There we go. Whoops, no, we just needed 2 more. So then this would be 10, and this would be 11 offsets there. So the first, the command comes in as a 32. The command comes in as a 32-bit number, 32-bit integer. That's the first command. So we're sending a 12. This is a full 12-byte array. So the command is specified in the first 32 bytes. 32 bits, sorry. First 4 bytes. And then our mouse position, here's our mouse X position, and here's our mouse Y position. So what I thought I was doing was taking the first 32 bits, the first 4 bytes, or so I was opening my new float 32 message buffer, and I wanted to open it at offset 4, right? Yeah, because this would be 0, 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So I wanted my float 32 view to start at byte 4. And then, in theory, and I'm not doing this all correct, but then, then I could have const float array or whatever. And then I could say float array 0. So this is what I thought I was doing. Float array 0 would then be looking at this array from byte 4. So now byte 0 would mean 4, basically. So like if I took float array 0, that should be, in theory, be these first 4 bytes, but interpreted now as a 32-bit floating point number. So that would be mouse X, right? So I could say count mouse X or something. I'm kind of pseudo coding this right here. Whoops. And we could do const mouse Y equals float 1. So we could kind of have, then that would be these back 4 bytes. So the first 4 bytes were the command just saying that this is a mouse movement, or saying that the commands are just integers, which I have somewhere. I have a little enum style in our config here. Where is that? Up at the top, up at the very top. Nope. Right here. So the client commands, this is what the command, so basically it's just integers. Find match 1, quit match 2, cursor moved 3. So in reality, this command would actually just be a 3 in little endian form. So it would be 0, 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, be like that. If that makes sense. So those first 4 bytes would be a 3 for our cursor moved command. And then the next 4 bytes would be the X position as a 32-bit floating point number. Back 4 bytes would be a 32-bit floating point number as the Y position. So that's kind of what I thought was happening. But when I did it this way, because message buffer, so if I'm doing a new float 32 array, this is a JavaScript typed array, an ES6 typed array type. What was happening was it worked. Like the float array would be an array, but this part of it, setting up the offset, would not work. So there's something in Node.js that says, oh, well, if you pass in a buffer, this kind of buffer to a float 32, I guess it just works, but it doesn't work like you'd want it to. Which is dumb. I wish it would just tell you, you need to This needs to be an array buffer, not a buffer. You dope. Jared, you idiot. This needs to be... Can I have like custom error messages from just with my name in it that tell me, just say something derogatory to me when I make the mistake? I would like that way better than what JavaScript typically does, is just not tell you anything. Yeah, it kind of worked, so we're not going to say anything. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, so all of that was to say, I spent the first 40 minutes of my stream explaining that this was a giant waste of time. And me explaining this was probably a waste of time as well, because I could have just been actually working and moving forward here. But, so basically what was happening, this wasn't working. So when I do float array 0, instead of float array 0 working properly with this offset, so, it would be like this. Instead, what was happening was 0, I'd do float array 0, and it would just be this first byte. It would just be the 3, and that was it. And it would turn my mouse X would then just be a 3 integer. So obviously that, totally wrong. So what I then realized was actually it was a buffer, not an array buffer. And I think the way I ended up figuring that out was because I was just looking at what the console was printing. Like I'd print the buffer. And the way that Node.js shows an array buffer when you print it versus when you print a buffer, it looks different. I think when you print an array buffer, it says array buffer and then shows the bytes in hexadecimal. But when you say buffer, it did something different. I think it still did hex. Actually, no, it doesn't do hex. It shows them as decimal. But, yeah, all that was to say, it was totally not working. And buffer, so once I realized it was a Node.js buffer object that comes through, then they actually have all these fancy little properties you can use. Go back to our application here. So now what I do is I do message buffer.readInt32 little endian, LE. And we read basically what that does. I think without any parameters, it reads the byte. It reads the first 4 bytes in this case because it's a 32-bit. So it's like offsetting at 0, right? Like I think you could just specify any byte offset you want there, but I think doing this blank, yeah, it just reads the first 4 bytes in little endian. So here now I can, when my buffer comes in through my WebSockets message, I just do a switch case right on the first 4 bytes. So then that's me parsing out what type of command we're running from the client. And basically, then it's just one of these 4 options. It's either they're trying to find a match, they're quitting a match. So if they click the X button while in game, then this would come through. Otherwise, you've got a cursor moved or a cursor down. So that would be a click. Should probably just call it click. I don't know why I have to say down. Because I'm not doing up. I'm not doing down and up or differentiating between that. So... yeah, so basically that's all I needed to do. It's nice that it's kind of nice having just these little methods to just simply read something. Could we get some music from our guitar god Tyrannosaur Badger? That could be something. That could be a little channel points thing. How about that, Badger? Maybe a little solo. It's got to be right in the mic there. Just a little scale. Just a little scale for you there. All right. No, I'll have the guitar going at some point. I'll do something with the guitar. I haven't figured out how my audio setup would need to work for that. I don't use amps. I don't use amps with my electric guitar. I just do all digital stuff. amplifier. That's what I mean. So anyway, yeah, there you go, Badger. You use your some channel points there and got a little guitar part there. No, but seriously, I'd like to figure out some way to incorporate the guitar into the stream. We'll get there. We'll get there. So again, now that we've got this nice readInt 32LE method we can call on our message buffer, we can just get our command, and then we can simply, so when we go down here, check it out, we're doing exactly what I was talking about, where, ooh, actually this makes me think I could do something a little different here. Yeah, there's something different I want to do here now. So now, oh no, we can't do, okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. But basically now, here's where we do, again, I got my switch case here. We do switch the first 4 bytes, 32-bit integer. So that equates to, that comes out to being, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. But basically, I'm matching those first 4 bytes, the first 4-byte integer there, with either this find match property here, the find match, the quit match, the cursor moved, the cursor down, right? So it's just 1, 2, 3, or 4 integers. That's all it is. So if we get a 3 through there, which is the the 3 here is the cursor, nope, 3 is cursor moved down here. So if we get the cursor moved, then we then take our array buffer and we do read float LE4. So we read byte offset 4, and then we read byte offset 8. So again, we start with byte offset 4 and we read a float little endian. That takes these first 4 bytes, and then that's our X position of our mouse. And then we read the back 4 bytes there, starting at byte offset 8, which is this. So that's these bytes here. Then we get our whatever, we get our position. A servo that strikes the guitar string every time someone follows or cheers. Yes, kind of like Michael Reeves' screwdriver thing. Gotcha. I know Michael Reeves, but I haven't seen his stream at all. But I can imagine something kind of crazy with that. That would be cool. But yeah, there you go. There you go, Badger. I do want to have my own custom gasp that I've never watched Michael Reeves stream. I didn't know he did stream until Retro MMO said that he got rated by Michael Reeves with like a million followers, viewers. Okay, so well, what I was going to say was I am going to write my own little follower things and everything. Like, what's the can I do the test here? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that I'll probably maybe keep the graphic for now, but I'll get rid of the little jingle there, the little bells. Bring, bring. I'm gonna come up with my own cool thing, because why not? And same thing with like a subscription or whatever. The subscription will be way more epic, and longer, and probably be like a 5-minute guitar solo or something. I don't know about that, but but yeah, I'd like to. I really want to get rid of those Streamlabs defaults and do something cool. All right. Just checking to see if my emote, my new toilet emote is live or not now. I don't see it. I don't know what happens when it does go live. I have no idea. If I'm supposed to like do something or what. I uploaded it. And that's pretty much it. Let's see. Whoops. Yeah, I don't see it yet. Anyway. All right. So actually, this made me just think of something here. So I was thinking maybe since I'm able to read individual bytes with this buffer, and I should actually specify 0 here, just to be more explicit. What I was thinking is actually maybe I could shrink this down even further to, instead of, maybe I could shave off 3 extra bytes potentially here. So if we look at, let's look at the client and do, I want to see if I can even do that on the client because it's possible I can't. Okay, so the yeah, we're always outputting 12 bytes. Okay, we're always outputting 12 bytes, so I initialize this 12-byte array buffer on the client, and then we just keep that, and we fill it. We fill it every time we're sending some message to the server. So I'm doing the out command, which is the command we're sending out, which is a uint32 view, and then our mouse chords is a float32 array. So we're opening up those views into, yeah, I don't think actually, I think I do need to do a 12-byte array, because if I do something else, it's going to break. Let's see here. Send to server, we fill out that out command with 0 byte. We just zeroify our output buffer there. We put in the command at byte 0, and then we have, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's going to have to be the 12 bits, or 12 bytes, I mean. All right. Anyway. 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 Now, all of that was to say, all of that explanation for this whole shebang was just to say that that's what we're working on now. We're working on array bufferizing everything rather than JSON. So we are almost all of the way done on the server side. Wait, do I have this right? The client side is now, or wait a minute. Okay, so the server, we have it so that the client is sending all array buffers to the server. That is done. But the reverse, where the server is sending bytes to the client, is not done yet. And honestly, that doesn't happen as much, sending data from the client. Although it might happen more in the future, depending on what we end up going with here. But nonetheless, nonetheless, I want to oops. All right, I'm just thinking hard right here. I started to say something, but I have no idea what I was starting to say. So oh yes, right. On the player object, we started doing these individual methods. We started doing individual methods on our player object to send stuff to the player on a given player object. So we've got these instance methods that actually send data to that player. And we do, okay, so there might be some other better things we could do. With how we're handling this right now. But I believe we are pretty much almost, okay, that's send. Okay, this is going to go away. This is going to go away as well. Because I have to do this just for testing. So what this was a way I could just send, just for like debug kind of stuff, I could quickly send like just a little string, a little message from the server to the client. So this would fire off a little message down to the client, and then the client would be able to print that on the console. I don't really need that anymore. I started using that for like send note. Yeah, let's just do a quick little send note. Okay, so we sent like 2 notes. You're connected. You'll have to wait for now. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. We don't really need that. Basically, we know we're connected anyway. The client will already know it's connected. So I'm going to get rid of these. I'm going to get rid of that and this one here. You'll have to wait for now. That's for if the player queued up for a match and had to wait, basically, because there were no other players available to play. So we can get rid of that, and then let's get rid of that method on the player object. We're going in, we're clearing house right now. That's what we're doing. So I don't know why. We don't really need this. We don't need this function here. It's kind of, we don't need any of these, really. This dot outmatch buffer. Well, we'll keep this for now, but we're probably gonna figure out maybe a better way to do this today. So bubble. Okay, yeah, we don't need this anymore here. Because right now we're officially sending the bubbles down to the clients just fine. So we're only missing like one command here. This send command is actually going away. Let's go back to the player object here. So we've got send command. And this was what we were doing before. Basically, this command would be an object, and then we would stringify it, JSON stringify, make it a big JSON string, and then send it down the pipe to the browser. But we're getting rid of that. Okay, that's match old. All right, we have a bunch. Oof, we have a bunch of these here. So let's do everything. Okay, match player.js send command. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna get rid of the WebSockets stuff on the player object. I'm gonna get rid of that. So I really don't think we need it. So let's, because it kind of made sense to have like this send command like pass all these through just like one function, because that would be talking to that player's WebSockets thing. But we can kind of get rid of that, I think, for the most part. So we can get rid of this. And then, all right, so this is going to be a kind of a big deal here. So I want to move this send match countdown started command. So then we're basically just going to get this command, get this out of here. We're going to go back to the application. Player.send match countdown started. Find match. Oh, wait. No, that would be when we start a match. Oh, so that would be inside of the match. Okay, so players.for each, we do player.send match countdown started, right? So instead of that, we're just going to do player.ws.send. And then it would just be player.outmatch outmatch countdown buffer started. Outmatch countdown started buffer. Yeah, we might figure out how to clean those names up. Basically, that's all we would need in that case, and then we would send bubbles. Okay, so the bubbles, we do get client format bubbles. And then we would do players.for each player, player.send match command bubbles. Okay, so we need to replace that. So we are going to do, I'm just going to get this whole thing out of here. So we would do match, player.send match command. Okay. I'm just going to give myself a little space. We do that. There we go. And then basically we get rid of this. We get rid of this. Can bring this back here. So this would be player.outmatch buffer.fill, player.outmatch buffer.write. Okay. Let bubble offset, bubbles.for each bubble. All right, hang on a second here. I'll be back. Be back in a minute. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Okay, so 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 we're moving this. We're in the middle of moving our bubble generation command down to, we're just getting that out of the player object here. So let's just do this. Okay, I think we just did all of that. I think we just handled it all. So let me do player. Or wait a minute. Oh yeah. We'd have to do player.ws.send. We'd send player.outMatch buffer. Okay. And then bubbles is defined here still. Okay. I believe we just did it. So if we go now to some clients, let's try it. Player requested match. Player requested match. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it broke. Player.sendMatch command is not a function. Oh, I didn't get rid of that. There we go. Let's comment that out, actually. There we go. Because we got rid of that function, but we didn't get rid of the call. There we go. We got bubbles. Player.send. Yeah, okay. So we've got some other stuff we haven't gotten to yet. But the bubbles are getting down to the clients, and that's great. That's perfect. All right, so we can get rid of these comments now. We can get rid of these comments. That comment. Okay, so we still have some more stuff to kind of get rid of. Okay. So all of that's working. Now on our player object's getting kind of simple there now, which is nice. So we've still got some things we need to basically get rid of. Anywhere where it says send command, we're going to be kind of getting rid of that. We no longer have it in the application, which is good. Yeah. So now quitting, I guess let's go one by one on these maybe. All of this should be good. All of that should be good. The end match probably needs some cleaning up here. Oh yeah, I have those. Those are highlighted. Nice. Okay, so yes, we need to look at the stats And in fact, I believe, don't I have a little byte stuff? Ooh. Excuse me. All right, so I believe I started. Did I start actually? Is this just the client side? No. This is the server side. Yes. This is just the server side. Just the server sending to the client. Okay, so we basically have these, I think just these two done, these two events done. Next, we'd have basically the match ended, where we need to send we need to send the stats down. So at the end of the game, we send the stats down to the client. So for the player, I guess we would have .outMatch buffer. We would have out. So let's go here. We do this .out match ended buffer. And this should be outmatch started buffer. Let's change that. Outmatch ended. Wait a minute. Outmatch buffer. Why is that not? Oh. Outmatch buffer. That's what we need to do. All right, I'm going to do a find replace, and we're going to say outmatch. Oh. Started buffer. Yes. Okay. Outmatch started buffer. Beautiful. So we've got outmatch started buffer, outmatch ended buffer. We're going to do buffer.alloc. And we will do, did I do the sizes yet for this? Config. Command buffer sizes. We've got match ended 11. Yes. Okay. Outmatch ended buffer, buffer.alloc, config.ws.command, buffer sizes.match ended. Okay. So that is basically our 11 bytes. And then, okay. I guess then we can set the actual command like this, like what we do here, outmatch countdown started buffer, write uint 16le. Let's just say outgoing. I'm just going to make a nice little comment here. Outgoing data to send to client. Okay, so this, let's see here. Outmatch. What am I doing? One thing I just realized. Outmatch started buffer. Maybe we could just, I'm not doing a write on that. Am I doing the write? Oops, match. Oh, here, I guess we're doing that first write. Oh, we do the mat. Yeah. Okay. This is probably fine. Oh, because we do the fill. Okay. Yes. All right. So I can't. So our output, our out match started buffer. So this is the command, this is the buffer of bytes that we're going to send to a client, to a browser with all the bubbles when we start a match, right? So if I fire up a competitive game here, the bubbles got sent to both clients, right? Burp, burp. There we go. So those all got packed into, each player object has a buffer of those, where those all that bubble data goes, and then that gets shipped off. And every time we do that, we refill, because basically the player gets that memory allocated. We do the buffer alloc for each player. So we allocate that amount of memory, that array buffer for each player, which I may be thinking maybe we get rid of, it doesn't really need to be for, it doesn't need to be for each player, really. It should just be one array buffer for the whole application for just sending bubbles to a client. And we just fill it out every time we need to. That's what we should be doing. That's what we should be doing. Yeah, let's switch gears. Let's refactor that way and do it that way. Because I was kind of like, for whatever reason, I was like originally thinking, oh, each player could have its own buffer for all those. But actually, that's kind of silly. We don't need that. We do not need that. So, yeah, so our application should really just have one of those for each thing. Yeah, so what we're going to do, I'm going to go to the player. We are going to take this match countdown started buffer. All right, let's look at, can I do like a read only for the Node.js buffer here? Probably not. Constant. Nope. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll, what did I say? We're going to copy this over, outgoing data to send to client. Okay. So we're going to copy all this over to the application now. And yeah, this first one is fine. We have this dot outmatch started buffer. Okay, so then what we should do, this dot outmatch started buffer, we're going to pass this down when we create, or we're going to pass this to the match when we initialize the match. So we're going to do match.create. We're going to do an array of players. Let's look at the match. Players, bubbles, match. Bubbles. Oh, wait a minute though. When do we actually... Where do we actually create the bubble objects? Because I don't pass them. Oh, we do match.create. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's right. All right, so yeah, we're doing a static method called match.create, and that sets up all this stuff. So players, bubbles, match end handler, which that's kind of stupid. That could probably go away. But we should do pass in these buffers. So we're going to do should we? Or should we not? Do the match, does the match have, can the match see the application? No, it can't. Actually, our match can import. If I'm not mistaken, we should be able to actually import const app equals require application. And this should be fine, right? Okay. And then that way, then, yes, that's what we should be doing. So we'll do so now the app can just talk to these, or the match can then just take app and do app dot this. So we want to do app dot where were we doing that here? Players. We create, okay, we don't need to worry about this anymore. Oops. Let's see. Player. Okay, so inside the match, we do match dot. Yes, player.ws.send. Okay. So this would now be app dot. Yes, okay. Beautiful. App dot outmatch, whatever. So here, it's going to be, we're going to fill, basically, we're going to fill up this buffer. Okay, right. So we're going to do this outside of this for each. Sent to client. Okay, that's kind of weird, but okay. So now this needs to be. So now we've moved the match data buffer to the application level. We've refactored that out. So now there's not going to be one getting allocated every time for each player. It's just going to be one shared one that they'll all set up every time. So here is that buffer, this 82 bytes buffer according to what I'm doing right now with sending 8 bubbles up front to the clients when the game starts. So we send 8 bubbles up front out to each client. So we're allocating that memory once just on the application side, and then every time a match gets started, we clear out that buffer, fill it up, and then send it out to the clients, to the 2 clients, the 2 players, the 2 1v1 players. And instead of each player, what we were doing is for each player, we were then filling, because each player had the buffer, their buffer for the bubbles for the match. But that, I don't think, there's no reason to do that. I mean, that's just not like we're ever going to run out of memory or anything anyway, but that's just kind of dumb. We don't need to do that. We just allocate one buffer, we use it for everything, because it's never going to change. The size or whatever is never gonna change or anything. So now this actually, wherever it says player here, we're just going to change this to app. So I think we can do find in selection. There we go. Find in selection. We want to find player. Yes. And then that should be just replaced with app. There we go. Beautiful. Excellent. Preston, I'd love to write my Andy cheat in C#, but it's really easy to decompile. Yeah, right. Because it's not compiled, right? And when you have C#, it's, or whatever it is, it's just it's JIT. Almost, yeah, right. It's bytecode. Gotcha, but it does something where it's like keeping track of your it keeps track of like your source code, because it like gives you, when you have a just-in-time crash or whatever, it just tells you your line, the source code lines or whatever, where your crash happened. I don't know. I mean, I know that from using .NET and everything. I don't know too much about it other than I know that that's how it works. So whatever that means. Hold up. Okay, so found a AOT compiler. I'm not sure what that is. AOT. Ahead of time. Oh. Ahead of time. Isn't. Oh, it's like ahead of time, meaning a normal compiler, right? Like you compile it, you have an explicit compile time and an explicit run time. Gotcha. Ahead of time would be a normal compiler. C++, whatever. MSVC, that stuff for, whatever, GCC. All of those would be ahead of time, is what you're saying, or is what I'm understanding. But C# doesn't have that, but you can have that. You just found one, an ahead of time compiler for C#. Yeah, I guess it makes sense that you could have that, All right. So now we're using this app buffer, outmatch started buffer. I don't like that name, but whatever. For now, it's fine. So now we just have the single buffer that we allocated when the application started, and we fill it with zeros We fill it with, or we set the command. The first 16 bits there is our command, and then we loop for all the bubbles we have, and then we fill out all the bubble data in the remaining part of the buffer, as we have in our beautiful file spec right here. Our message is 2 bytes, 16 bits. Then bubble 0 radius is 2 bits or 2 bytes. Bubble 0 x position's 2 bytes, y position 2 bytes. Color r red color is 1 byte, G is 1 byte, B is 1 byte, and then the ID at the end is 1 byte. So we pack it in nice and tight there. And we do that 8 times. So this chunk here is duplicated 8 times for the 8 bubbles we generate up front. Yeah, by Microsoft itself, it seems. Oh, nice. Also found some obfuscators. Nice, nice. Sounds like you have a lot going on. Yeah, I'm just kind of honing in on one thing here. I'm probably being too paranoid, I guess. I don't know about what I'm doing. Just kind of minimizing the amount of data that's getting transferred quite a bit, and just kind of tightening things up and whatever. I'm being probably a little paranoid that I have to do. Are you passing around numbers instead of JSON? Exactly. Yes. So I'm using ArrayBuffers now. By that I mean instead of 1, you pass list.bubble, which is still the number. Kind of. Well, so like what I'm doing here, so I have an array buffer basically here. This function runs when this bunch of runs when a match gets started between 2 clients. So what it does is it takes the first bubbles. The bubbles colors and sizes have already been generated before we hit this function. But then what we do is we loop through all the bubbles, and then here we start filling up our array buffer that we're going to send to the client. That's going to say, okay, the match has started. Here's the first 8 bubbles. So it cleans out the array. It fills it all with zeros. The array buffer, all the bytes, zeros them out. Then we just specify the first 16 bits is the command, so that the client knows, oh, this means it's a match started. And then I'm going to have bubbles, is basically what it means. And then we loop for all the first 8 bubbles that we have. I loop for all the bubbles, but there's only 8 bubbles at this point. And then we just fill out, we write a 16-bit integer, we write a 16-bit integer, we write a 16-bit integer, and then we, basically what I've got right here matches up with this. So our message is the first 2 bytes, 16 bits. Then we have the radius of the bubble. So bubble.r, we got that there. That's our first 2 bits. We got bubble.pose.x. It's our next 2 bits. Bubble.pose.y. It's our next 2 bytes, sorry. We got bubble.color.r, and we do 1 byte for that, for the RGB, for the colors, and we have the ID of the bubble itself, which is just a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Each bubble just has an incrementing thing. So that actually gives us an interesting thing there. We've got a hard cap on 255 bubbles per 30 seconds. So that's something I got to remember. That's something I might need to think about. We've got a hard cap on 255 being the last bubble ID we can pass through here. Otherwise, we're going to overflow again. We're going to overflow, and then all hell will break loose. That shouldn't be an issue, right? Also, what's causing that cap? Nothing other than I'm just using a 8-bit integer for that. So, like, if I try to pass a bubble ID of 256, or, it'll loop back around to 0, I think, if I... Actually, I don't know exactly what would happen if I tried to call this write uint8 method with passing a 256. I assume it would overflow. We can test that, though. I guess. We can just open up a little test thing here. A little scratch pad. Let's do... Zoom in here. Const buffer equals Oh, no, I don't need to import buffer. So we do const b equals new, that's not what we do, buffer dot alloc. What was I going to do? 4, 3, 2, 1. Or let's just do buffer.alloc1, so just 1 byte, and then we're going to do b dot in. Why isn't this reading node? VS Code's not interpreting this for me. So we're going to do write uint 8. So we're going to try, we're going to do a 6. Then we're going to console.log b. And then we're going to do b.write uint 8 to 57. And we're going to console.log b. Then we're going to node test 2.js. Out of range. Okay, so we do get an error. We do get an error. That's good, I guess. So yeah, for calling write uint 8, it has to be between 0 inclusive and 255 inclusive. But we passed it 257 and it broke. So that, Preston, that's our cap. Because I'm using a uint 8, so when we try to generate bubble 256, it's going to fart out. Now, the question will be, would there ever be a player fast enough to pop 255 bubbles? The question is, whoops, next bubble. Okay. Yeah, because this ID will also be an 8-bit. Bots. Yes. But we're gonna, well, okay. Bots aside, but if that's the case, just kick them from the server. Yes, so that's one of the things, like, I would like to kick anyone who tries to send more than 60 mouse updates a second. That'll be like one of my levels of bot checking. There'll be another level that'll be like, or kind of cheat or bot detection. So if somebody starts trying to send a bunch, kind of like a rate limiting kind of thing. Like if somebody starts trying to send a bunch of mouse updates that are beyond 60 per second, then I'm going to know, oh, you're not playing a fair and square browser version of the game, basically. You're either a bot or you modified the client script or whatever. So that'll be like level 1. Then level 2 would be like, okay, well, you're playing fair. You're sending 60 mouse updates a second, but you popped all the bubbles just right in a row. Mouse update 1 popped this bubble. Mouse update 2 popped this bubble. Mouse update whatever popped that bubble. Like if you just popped all these bubbles like instantly, or like your first 5 mouse updates that you sent of the 60 in that 1 second were pops, and you popped all the bubbles just in 6/60ths of a second or whatever, then you're a bot. So I have to figure out how I want to kind of handle that. But could a human player ever get up to 255? I kind of doubt it, but you never know. You never know. All right. Quick bathroom break here, and we're going to get back to it. We don't need that anymore. Where's my notepad? There we go. All right. We'll be right back. Okay. All right. So cool. All right, our emote is still not live yet. Our brand new emote. Anyway. Well, okay, so actually this part is not something I really need to worry about. Our 8-bit integer bubble cap here. We want to do zip file compress 800 megs to 100 megs. Nice, that's pretty good. 8x, that's nice. Okay, so actually now I think we're ready to send or to try this. Except, yeah, we do match.out. Yes, okay. In theory, we're ready to try this, and I can get rid of this on the player now. Yeah, we can get rid of these. These are all just on the application now. Yes. So that's great. See if it works. Nope. Accessing non-existent property. Oh, accessing non-existent property. Out match countdown started buffer of module exports inside circular dependency. Ah, yes. Okay. All right, so I can't do it that way, which kind of stinks. We're gonna keep it the way we're gonna keep the application as the thing that manages all these buffers that go out. It's just gonna be the one copy of the buffer, but we can't be using that on the match object now. So let's do, we're just going to pass the buffers in through the create static method, I guess. Countdown started buffer. That happens in the match. Countdown started buffer, right? Yeah. Maybe we could do an array or something. Maybe we can do this dot outgoing buffers. Outgoing buffers equals, we'll do buffers maybe. So we'll do players, bubbles, buffers. Don't know exactly how I like that, but we'll do that for right now. All right, so then that'll go there. Then in the create method, we're going to have players, buffers, match ended handler, and then we're going to pass bubbles, whoops, buffers, and then in the application, we are going to do match.create. I'm going to just put these down on their own lines. So this is the match ended handler, and then we need to pass an array. It's going to be called buffers, I guess. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so then that's just going to be these. This dot unless we did, maybe we could just do an array of these inside of an array. Maybe we could just do this dot outgoing buffers. Ooh, no, an object, not an array. We need an object. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, so we do that. Then maybe we could do, we could just move these up, and then we just get rid of, whoops. Let's multi-cursor here. How about that? Brilliant. Okay. Oh. That, and we do that, and then we do, guess we move that out. This dot server. We can do this in the initialization. Oops. Console app started, and then we do this dot outgoing buffers dot unexpected token. Oh, there we go. There we go. No errors this time. Set initial, set command, set client command, match countdown started. Okay, brilliant. Outgoing data to send to client. There we go. Okay, so now we can just pass this that outgoing buffers, that object, that whole object down. That's fine. It's never going to be modified or changed or whatever. So instead, so we do match.create, and then we just pass this dot outgoing data buffer, this dot outgoing buffers. Okay, that's fine. We can put these all back on their own individual lines. And yeah, that's looking pretty good, I think, so far. And then the match will then have this dot outgoing buffers is going to equal buffers, okay? And then instead of app, we do we'll do a find and selection here. Control F, find and selection. We do app, and we do this dot outgoing buffers. This dot outgoing buffers. Okay. Let's see if this works now. Nice. Okay. So that's all working. And now we're just using one singular buffer that gets created for that. That's awesome. And okay, so for the Now we're back kind of to where we left off. We just kind of refactored stuff a bit, which I'm happy about. Always glad to kind of clean things up. So the next thing, oh, we already created this. We already started our out match ended buffer, and it's allocated to the correct size and everything. Okay. We just need to fill it up and use it. So in the match, where we have match ended handler, oh boy. This is kind of annoying. Yeah, that's just the way it is. All right, so we've got our end match function method, which could end whether the game, this will get called if we run out of time, or if somebody quits. So we need to basically this is our original data structure we were using that was going to become a JSON object. And we have kind of the same thing now. But it's okay. It looks like this now. So it's 11 bytes. We just have the single byte at the end there. So it will be message, my mistake count, my popped bubble count as 2 bytes, opponent mistake count. Okay. So we basically kind of just need to build this structure now out of what we've got here. And that will all fit into the end, our new buffer, outgoing buffers.out. Ooh, let's get rid of this out on the front. Let's get rid of out and buffer from those words. Let's do that. So let's go quickly just so that this doesn't look so messy. So now instead of we've got out match started buffer, we can just make it match started because it's part of this object that's called outgoing buffers. Maybe we should call it out buffers instead. Just out buffers. I kind of like that. Yeah, let's just call this out buffers. So find out buffers, outgoing buffers. I can't type. Okay. Outgoing buffers, we are going to find and replace with just out buffers. How about that? Out buffers. I like it. We're shrinking it down. That's great. Out just meaning that's data that's going to go out to the client. Which is why I was saying outgoing, but out, I don't know. Our server side code's not that complicated. So just having some variable simple named out buffers is good enough for me. So let's change that on the server as well, or on the application object as well. So we have outgoing buffers. We're just going to find replace with out buffers. Beautiful. And then for each of these, we can just get rid of out and we're just going to say match countdown started, match ended. We're going to get rid of the word buffer on the end. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of that. There we go. All right, and that's breaking because we need to make this out buffers, and then match countdown started. There we go. Didn't break that time. Okay. And then inside of the match, we need to rename all of these. So we'd have out match. This one I'll just rename by hand here. So it's just match countdown started buffer. And then these ones are all the same. It just refers to the same one a bunch. Okay, so we can find out match started buffer, and we're going to replace that with just match started. How about that? And replace all. Wow. Whoever thought it could be that easy? Okay. Yes, that's good. So let's just try the clients, make sure I renamed everything properly here. So if we get some bubbles on our clients, we'll know we had some success. 3, 2, 1. There we go. We got bubbles on both clients. Looks great. Yeah, we still got some errors, crashes, and blah 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 because we're not quite done yet with all our good stuff that we need. Okay, so. The next thing is, let's see here. Sorry, just thinking to myself here. We've got match countdown started, we got match started, we got match ended. We need All right, we're back to what we were doing before with this end match thing. Okay. So this should be pretty straightforward, I would think. So we've got our little reference here. So the message itself is going to be the first 2 bytes. So that's that match ended message. You know what? I just thought of something. Well, actually, never mind. We're going to... Okay, client commands. Okay, that's what the client can do. Server commands, I really don't like. I kind of want to say this like client to server commands and server to client commands. You know, like that's what it should be called. Match ended. Okay, so server commands is the object I'm looking for. Okay, so in match, we are going to... I guess we clear the buffer for each. Well, okay, so here's 2 different scenarios. Here is if the player is quitting. And then we just send the stats to the opponent. That's all we do. We don't let the quitting player see any stats. They quit. They don't get this. They don't get to see stats. They quit the game early. So that's this top if the top part of this if. If we've got a quitting player, just send it to the quitting player's opponent, basically. Otherwise, if the match ended fair and square, 30 seconds, time's up, done, then we do players.for each player, So for each player, then we send them the stats. So, okay. I keep distracting myself. I keep getting sidetracked in my own head. We're gonna pound through this. We're gonna nail this right now. So, okay, we pull the opponent out of the match state. That's good. We do, yeah. Let's tackle this top quitting player thing first. So instead of quit player.match opponent.send command, we have to do basically quitting. No, first we fill out the buffer. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we have opponent now. So we have opponent, and we do we have opponent.ws. So we're going to be doing opponent.ws.send, and we're going to be firing off that thing. All right, so that's what's going to happen at the end there. The first thing is we need to be setting the data that's in our buffer. So we're going to be doing this dot outbuffers dot what was it called? Match ended. Okay, and then that's not okay. This dot outbuffers dot match ended. We are going to, what do we have here on our little handy dandy file spec? Message 2 bytes. Okay, so we're going to do write int16 le, and we are going to write the, first off, every time we write to these buffers, we need to clear them out first. So we do this dot outbuffers dot fill 0. Oops, no. Fill buffers dot match ended dot fill 0. Is that what we're doing? Is that how we do it? This isn't the place to find that. Up here. Yes, fill 0. Okay, so we do outbuffers match started dot fill 0. So we fill the entire buffer with zeros, right? We zero it out. And then we fill it up with our data. So our data would be this first little header part here where we're doing a write int16, and we're going to pass in. Yeah, we're not passing an offset, so it's just taking the first 16 bits or 2 bytes. So we pass in config.ws.servercommands.matchEnded, I believe. Where are we going here? Where are we? Okay, here. So we do config.ws.servercommands.matchEnded, and that is like the integer number 3. So that's great. Write in 16 LE, beautiful. And now we need to fill out all the stats for that player. So we have my mistake count, which would be let me just make sure this lines up. My mistake count, 2 bytes. My pop bubble count, 2 bytes. Opponent mistake count, 2 bytes. Opponent popped bubble count, 2 bytes. You know what? We should just make this we should just make this opponent quit. We should just make that a 16-bit 2, and then we just do 12 bytes. Yeah, we're just going to do that. We're going to round it up nicely, because this is really just supposed to be a Boolean. True, 0 or 1, but in this case, I'm going to make it take up 2 bytes just to make it fit this 12-byte thing. Because then on the client, I can just open a single view for this. Speaking of which, we need to look at that really quickly here. We have, let's see. Where is that? Config. Where are the buffer sizes? Match ended. Yeah, we're going to make this 12 now. Okay, I think that's all I needed to do. And then on the client side, we'd have kind of... Oh, on the client side, we don't actually care. But we can just open a 12-byte, or we can open just a 16-bit integer thing and read from that, which will be good. Okay. So back to our match here. We're doing this .outbuffers.matchEnded.fill with zeros. We write the first message. Then we do this .outbuffers.matchEnded. Oh boy. MatchEnded.write. These are all 16s. These are all write 16s. 16 LE. So we're going to write 16 LE. Write int 16 LE, and then we do what? 2, 2, 2. So my mistake count. So that will be opponent.match state.mistake count. Whoa. Then we are going to write. All right, let's just comment these nicely. How about that? Command my mistake count. We're going to do basically the same exact whole shebang here, but it will be my popped bubble count. So it will be that there, and this will be my popped bubble count. We have this dot. Oops, I don't need to kind of. There we go. And then this one's going to be quitting player.matchState.mistake count. Opponent or I'll say my opponent. Mistake count. All right. And then this will be quitting player.matchState pop the bubble count. Okay. And this will be my opponent's popped bubble count. My opponent's popped bubble count. Beautiful. And then we need to write if the opponent quit on the end. This dot out buffers dot match ended dot write int 16 LE, and we're just going to write a 1 for true. Opponent, my opponent quit. Beautiful. And then we do opponent.ws.send. I know this is kind of confusing because we're saying opponent, but the opponent is the opponent of the quitting player, because we know who the player who quit is, and we're getting the opponent for the quitting player. But then in this, when we're filling out the buffer, we're filling it out for talking about the opponent as my, so then the opponent's opponent is the quitting player. If that makes sense. It's all wishy-washy, hearsay, whatever. But nonetheless, I think you get the idea. My coffee. Oh, stone cold right now. Okay, so, all right, this is good. We fill out the buffer, blah, 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 blah. We do that. We actually send it now. This dot out buffers dot match ended. Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay. We can get rid of this. Let's do this. Hopefully I did all of that right. Then we need to do, the thing is we can't actually test this out right away. That was one of the things I hitched up on in my head before was this thing won't work right away. We need to actually, well, actually I guess we could at least make sure that it's parsing correctly, but I want to make sure the stats and everything go through. But we need to kind of do a couple other things before we do that. We need to set up the next bubble generation and everything, get all of that squared away. All right, so anyway, we need to do this same thing for the other case. So this is if a player quit. So again, we're inside of our match.endMatch method. So this method fires whenever the match ends. And the match can either end from two ways, either a player quit or and by quit, they could have refreshed the browser, closed the tab, quit by pressing the X button in the in-game thing. They could have done like an in-game quit or forcefully close the window, whatever. The other case that we need to actually set up is if we lost connection to them. So we'd flag that as a quit, I guess. I don't have any reason to get more robust than that. But we would fire end match for that. So basically, player quits or the match ends when the time runs out. So if a player quit, we've got a separate case. We send the stats just to the player who didn't quit. The player who quit, they go back to the main menu of the game if they quit in game, or if they close the tab, obviously, whatever. But if they quit in game, they would just go back to the main menu. We're not going to show them stats or anything. But the other player can at least see the stats, like they can at least see how well they were doing for that given amount of time that they were playing. So oh, I didn't set offsets. That's bad. Forgot about that. Okay. We need to set these offsets. I'm starting to think it might be kind of cool to like maybe have these offsets in our config file. Because that way, like, then the client and the server would just do the same thing. Like I would just write int 16 LE this thing at this offset, write this thing at this offset, write this thing at this offset. And then on the client, it would do the same thing. Read this thing at this offset, read this thing at this offset. Because those offsets are kind of, it'd be like a struct, in C that you wouldn't really worry about. You would just we'll get to that if we need to. Because that data that's the reason why I'm saying is the data going between the client and the server both ways is the exact same, right? It's just the same it's just a raw chunk of bytes. So like the positions of everything are the same. Anyway, we won't worry about that right now. Okay, so this one is fine. This one would be at position 2. This one would be at position 4. This one would be at position 6. These are all just 16-bit numbers. So do I have? Oh, I don't even have the offsets here. But basically, byte 0 would be the command at the beginning. Byte 2 would be our mistake count. Byte 4, so that's each of these 16 bytes. And then at offset 10, so then we end up with our 12 bytes total. Awesome. Okay, so we need to do the same exact thing for both players now. I guess let's do this, and we'll do this, and we'll do this. And then this part here does the exact same thing for each player. So instead, we'll do players.forEach, but then this part we'll go right down here. And whoops. And we'll do, okay, so we fill out with zeros. We put in the command. That's good. We do my mistake count. So we do player. That would be player.matchState.mistake count. And player.matchState.popBubble count. And then player.matchState.opponent. So this would be player.matchState. Let's just copy this whole thing, shall we? Player.matchState, where with? Now I'm confused. Oh, here we go, right here. Player.matchState. Yeah, my opponent's mistake count. Exactly. And then this player.matchState.opponent.popBubble count. And then this is opponent quit 0 at offset 10. Yeah. So these offsets are simple in this case, just 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, because it's just a bunch of 16-bit 16-bit integers, whatever. So in this case, it's fine, it's simple. But what I was saying before is I could just make these variables. So I could just say like, I could just store the 2, the 4, the 6, the 8 offsets in our config file. And then that way, if I ever needed to change the thing, like let's say we added something in the middle here and it was like a 32-bit floating point number. It wouldn't be, but let's just pretend it would. We could have something like that. Then all I need to do is just change that in the configuration file where I say, I kind of have like my struct definitions where I say that this, it's going to be a 12-byte thing. 12 bytes total. The first byte is the command, and then I could like, instead of passing a 0 here, which I actually am not doing, but it's implicit, but there's a 0. There, we added the 0. It's explicit now. So instead of 0, we could just say command, command offset or whatever, and then this one would be my mistake count offset, and this one would be my popped bubble count offset. And then on the client, we do the same thing because the data is the same, the offsets are the same for both. So then the client could just have the same thing. And if I wanted to modify, wanted to add a floating point, the 32-bit floating point number in the middle here of our data structure, we do that, we add that in, and we set it, we set it in our config file. We say, oh, the whatever position of something, that's our 32-bit floating point number. Again, I just made it up. I would never actually need that for this, for what this data is, but we would just add that into our config and say that's this offset now. That would be offset 6 now. And then this offset would get set to whatever. Oh, I'm starting to think of all these cool ways we could make it kind of cool and automatic now. Because now we don't even need, we could have something like this. What if we had something like this? Like we had offsets or buffer offsets. Or like I had some sort of like way to say like const buffer struct or something equals this. And we could say like, or this could be like outgoing. This could be like outgoing match, outmatch ended struct or something, right? We're kind of like hacking together. Oops, yeah, this is what? This dot buffers. Oh, that's okay. That's all that was. So outmatch ended struct, right? We could say like we'd have a property that's I don't know, maybe it's a object of objects here. So we'd have like command. Okay, so we'd have like command be something, and then it would be like int 16, and we could have a string type int 16. I could have like a little enum or a little like other map to map this to like a size or something. So it'd be like command type int 6. Oh no, actually, wait a minute. Yeah, we could say command would be int 16 or something, and then we could have mistake count be int 16. They'd all be int 16s. But then you could, if we wanted to add something new, we could add in new thing, and then this would be like float 32 or something, or maybe just float. I don't know, whatever. And then we just specify all these things. Then we'd have like a function that would parse this thing. So we'd have like a function or setup or something. I don't know, just whatever this is. And then we could have our struct come through here, and then we do this. Wonderful is raiding. Wonderful, what's going on? Thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. One dib wave. I got it. I think, right? Or I did it backwards. Should be like that. What's going on, Wonderful? Sorry, I have not raided you back. I apologize for that. How was the stream, Wonderful? I'm currently coming up with crazy ideas for something that I'm not actually going to implement right now, but I'm just hashing it out because I feel like it. So you could, okay, so we've got our outmatch ended struct, let's just say, right? And we define basically our types. We have a command that's 16 bits or 2 bytes. We'd have a mistake count, it'd be 16 bytes. A new thing, it would be 32 bytes, or 32 bits, sorry. It's okay, time off and don't work out, and anyway, it's all your choice. Yeah, no, I got you. What's your stream? You have a normal stream schedule, Wonderful? Looks like my new map layer is almost ready. Just got to finish uploading the data. Nice. Schedule-ish. I just thought of a better name for this. So we could have our struct. Our struct. It's not really a struct, but we just define, like, then instead of me typing out this paper, typing out this notepad where I do, oh, match n is going to be 12 bytes. It's going to be a message. That's 2 bytes. It's going to be this. That's 2 bytes. It's going to be this. That's 2 bytes. This. That's 2 bytes. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like typing all of this, or I typed all of these. Instead of that, we could just do like this. I could just define it like this. I'm going to have a command that's an int16 or something. It doesn't have to be a string. It could be something else. My mistake count is going to be an int16. This new thing is going to be a float32. And then, or maybe these just map. Maybe this could be just something that maps directly to, like I could have a, even this, we do command, we do like data size, const data sizes or something like this. Something to kind of say const data size equals an object, and then we have int 16, you know, something like that, equals to float 32 equals 4. But, you know, this would be the byte count or something. And then we could do this, getting even fancier here. Data sizes dot int 16. And we do data sizes dot int 16, and we do data sizes dot float 32. Look at that. We do that, all of those offsets are calculated, and then this would be an object that the client and the server would both have. Wonderful. What is the end goal for this? Well, okay, so I'm just kind of like coming up with this crazy idea that has nothing, that I don't really need to do right now. I'm just coming up with a way that I could say, well, okay, so I'm not sure if you're familiar with JavaScript at all, Wonderful. I think you do web dev, right? Is that what you do? You do web dev? Because then you know JavaScript and everything. I don't want to make any assumptions here. Yeah, the map is in leaflet, among other things. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, okay, so I started using, basically, and I don't know if stuff's going to break now or not. I guess technically, actually, it's fine, because, yeah, there's nothing wrong with what I typed here. This is all just scratch work. But, so right now I'm in the process of switching. So for Populus here, my game, I started using, so we're doing a one-on-one game right now. Oh yeah, that broke. But what I ended up doing was I was using JSON for sending data between the client and the server, which was very bloated, and I mean there's a little bit of speed stuff. Rainy Dash, dang, I missed dropping a raid emote, so here it is, a little late. No worries, Rainy. No worries. One dib wave. I'll give you that back. Wrong way, right? This way. There we go. I like the one dib wave. Speaking of emotes, I just created one, and it's not live yet, and all it is a toilet. So that's my emote. I uploaded it this morning. So whenever Twitch approves it, we should have it live. Well done. Thanks. Because I take a lot of bathroom breaks, so that was the only thing I could think of. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I need. What I don't know what an emote, what I should have for an emote. Let's just do a toilet for right now. It's a good start. Yeah, so I did a little pixel. I just drew it out with a pencil, and then I shrunk it down to 32 by 32. So it actually already, basically my pencil version comes out perfectly as the pixel art, basically. Then I just drew over the top of it with some hard colors there. Added a little shadow, you know. Anyway. Nailed it. Hey, everyone needs a good toilet. Yeah, I think everybody should have a toilet emote. And I thought it was because crappy game was in the title. I didn't think about that, Wondable, but I think you got it, actually, too. I think that's I think that works. I like it. So anyway, yeah, that emote will be live, hopefully. I don't know how long it takes for Twitch to approve emotes, but I guess you know, Wondable, but I'm just kind of waiting. But yeah, it's been a couple hours now. It's been a few hours since I uploaded it. So, somebody's job over at Twitch, I guess, to just look at all the emotes that get uploaded. Yeah. So what I've been working on lately with Populus now is, speaking of which, I'll just plug it down in the chat since there's some lovely people watching. You can play the game Populus right now. Populus.gg. Been a while since I did mine. Now I'm in the no review unless you get reported program. Ah, yeah, I saw the little button for that or something there. I think it was at least a few days before. Oh, a few days? I don't have that kind of time. All right. Well, then maybe for next week, I guess, or maybe for a Thursday night stream. For the Thursday, if I do a Thursday night stream, which I would like to do this week. So anyway, I've been working on kind of the client server data that's getting sent. And I was using JSON before, which, you know, it's JSON. It's kind of a nice little format, you know, especially if you're using JavaScript. It's just kind of built in to the language, and you can send data with it, and, you know, you just convert all your JSON. You know, you can just take a normal JavaScript object. It's just built into JavaScript, right? You can just do my obj, you know, const my obj, and then name Jared. You know, you can do that. You can have your normal JavaScript object, and then I can do my JSON obj, which equals JSON.stringify my obj. And there you got JSON. Yeah, I have some big data downloads I should probably rework. The map tiles are something else at least. I gotcha. Yeah. Well, and in my case, because I'm sending all the mouse updates from the client to the server. So I'm sending 60 per second. So my goal was to kind of minify that as much as I could. Because basically I was ending up with an object, you know, so instead of this name Jared thing, it would be more like command, and then it would be, well, I was using a string before, so mouse moved, mouse move, or mouse, I think I had mouse move be the command name, and then it would be pose would be another object, and there'd be an X position, and that would be some long floating point number. And then there'd be a Y position, and that would also be another long floating point number, and then longer than that. And then that was it. So then this whole thing ended up being a bunch of bytes, because, you know, the JSON stringify would shrink all of this down. It would remove the white space and everything. So you'd end up with, you know, something more like that that's going over the wire from the client up to the server. But still, that's way bigger than what it really needs to be. So I ended up just using JavaScript ArrayBuffers. So instead, I'm sending basically 12 bytes now. So instead of this thing, which would easily be, what did I think I did a measure on this, and it was like 70 bytes or something. Because these would be like much longer numbers, you know. I forget how big 32-bit floating point numbers can be, but in terms of digits, but you know, this would be a really long, like, yeah, like the whole thing would be like 70 bytes or something like that. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so kind of something like that. So what I ended up doing was using just JavaScript array buffers, and now I have my command just be 4 bytes. And then that's just an integer. So 4 bytes to specify this whole chunk that I'm moving the mouse, right? So the client has to specify that the data that's being sent to the server is a mouse move. So this is a 4-byte thing now. And then the position, the X position is also 4 bytes. It's a 32-bit floating point number. And then the Y position is also 4 bytes. So this whole thing that would have been like 70 something bytes, I think it would go between 70 and 80 bytes, depending on the numbers you were sending for the mouse movements. That went from 80 bytes, potentially, down to just 12, which is much nicer. And my cat is down here, and he's trying to drink my coffee. Rudy, what are you doing up here? All right, he's leaving now. And he went back upstairs, okay. So, yeah, so basically, I was sending a lot of data, and I'm sending 60 mouse movements per second, you know, so that would be a lot of data that I didn't really want to deal with. I mean, maybe it's not really that big of a deal, but, you know, 60 of those per second times 30 seconds for a match times 2 players, you know, so that's potentially a lot of data that could be much more shrunken down, right? So now it's 12 bytes. Because we're basically doing 4 bytes for this, 4 bytes for this, and 4 bytes for that. So which is cool. Wonderful. There are some projects that take a data spec and give codecs in different languages. Still a good exercise, of course. Yes. Right. I get what you're saying. And that's kind of what, well, if I'm exactly understanding what you're saying, yeah, I was kind of just going on this kind of thing that I don't need to do right now, but I was thinking of a way to say, you know, so like a mouse movement, for example, would be basically like if you had like a struct in C or something, it would be like struct mouse movement or something. Mouse move would be something like, or be something like, you know, what was it? Int. And then that would, the command number, whatever that is, 1 or something, or 3. I think it's a 3 in my case. Int move command 3. And then, whoops. I'm trying to do C and JavaScript simultaneously. And then, you know, so I'd have an integer, and then I'd have a float, which would be X. And then I would have a float that would be Y or something. You know, so this would be like a struct in C. But what I kind of want is something. Well, okay. So what I was trying to say I could do is, well, so the client and the server. Trying to wrap my head around how to actually say this. The data that goes between the client and the server is the exact same, right? It's the same array buffer. The client fills out a buffer for the mouse movement, fills out the command that's going to go to the server, so the server knows that the data it received is a mouse movement. Gets that, sends the mouse position, right? The other mouse, the X position, the Y position of the mouse cursor. So it fills that out in an array buffer. And that we know that buffer is the same from the mouse, or from the client to the server. So we always know that it's always going to be 12 bytes, 4 bytes for the command, 4 bytes for the X position, 4 bytes for the Y position. So what I was saying is, like, I could maybe have like some in my configuration file that gets generated and sent to both client and the server, or there's a copy that goes to the client and a copy that goes to the server. I could just put all those like data definitions kind of in one place. So I could have like const mouse movement or mouse move struct or something. Awful name there, but something like that. And then it would be like I could define these things. So I could say command is going to be an int 16. Oops. Rudy. Bye. So I could have this like object called data sizes and then have an int 16 that would say it's 2 bytes long, right? Or in float 32, that's 4 bytes long. And then I could build like this struct out of this. And I could define this just in one place in my configuration file. And then the client and the server would get those both. And then I could just make assumptions based upon that. Like I could say, I could know where the offsets of everything are. Because I could know, oh, I'm trying to get the X position of this. So I could see, I'm trying to get the X position of our mouse movement or whatever, of our mouse position, and versus the Y position. I could just like take those out. Anyway, I don't really need to come up with some fancy scheme like this. Maybe if I had hundreds of different types of data that could get sent, I'd probably come up with something cool like this. But I really don't. I just have the client sends 4 things to the server, 4 different things, and the server sends like 7 different things to the client. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here, quick bathroom break. So we'll bring up the emote there, the new emote that doesn't exist yet. But we'll be right back in a second here. All right. We are back. Okay. So basically what we were doing, it's taking me a second here to readjust to what we were talking about. I was just kind of trying to come up with a cool way to like define data structures that are getting sent between the client and the server, and I could really just do that in one place. And then when I'm like reading the data or writing the data, I never actually have to use like magic numbers like this, like I'm doing now. Anyway, I don't think that's really worth it right now. Eventually we might get to that, but for right now, it's not a big deal. So we're gonna get rid of all of that. Oh, and this. And I think this is right now. Oh, wait a minute here. No, this needs to be player. This dot out buffers dot match ended. Yes. Okay. So this is commented out. Cool. All right, so next on our list of things we have to do with this is, okay, so we've taken care of the match count that started, we've done the match started, the match ended. And we have next bubble now, the next bubble command. So we just need to look at where we're actually sending that. Or first, actually, let's set up the buffer for that. So we're gonna do next bubble, and we're gonna do buffer.alloc. We're going to do config.ws.server command buffer sizes dot next bubble. Okay, so that this number, that number here is basically this 10. It's an integer 10. That's all it is. So we want to fill this out. So we're going to go to next bubble, wherever we generate the next bubble. More bubbles. What did I call it before? More bubbles, next bubble. That would be in the match, I guess. We do match. In the match dot bubble generating. More bubbles. Okay, here we go. Bubble ID to get. Okay. Guess I can move this up. Yeah, we can move this up and then do. Or wait a minute here. Do we even need to do? Let's take a look here at this. Rainy dash is now following. Rainy. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very muchly. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out. Okay, so So what this little if statement here, this is where we actually send the next bubbles down to the client. That's an awesome little GIF. What GIF are you talking about, Rainey? Sorry, am I missing something? Is there something obvious? The running zombie. Oh, that's actually not mine. That's part of for the follow. Gotcha. Yeah, the zombie is part of the. That's just part of Streamlabs, which is the software I'm using for streaming. If you're familiar with that, yeah, like if I do, yeah. So that's kind of default. You'll see that a lot on some people's streams. They kind of just leave the default and don't change it. So yeah, that's not my own thing, but I would like to do my own thing at some point for that follow message. So at some point we will do something. Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to think if we can do, because in either case, well, what happens if we don't hit this if statement? Okay, actually, yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's see here. Well, you know what? Who cares? I'm trying to be all clever here, but why not just, we're just gonna break this here. I'm lazy and went with defaults and stream elements. Clearly not as cool as Streamlabs, lol. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't, not familiar with stream elements. I mean, I've heard of it, but yeah, I gotcha. You stream then, Rainey? I guess is what you're saying. Well, yeah, and the reason why I started with OBS and then Streamlabs is basically just a custom OBS, I guess. So, built by, well, it is. It's just because OBS is open source, so whoever, Streamlabs is a company, I guess, and they just took OBS and built their own, added their own stuff into it or whatever. Oh, stone cold coffee. Not very good. I do, but I don't speak code. I like to show my ignorance while gaming. Like to show off my ignorance while gaming. No worries, no worries. Wonderful introduced me to watching coding streams. Super interesting foreign language. Gotcha. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, it's not that hard, I'll say, Rainey. It might sound hard, but I've picked up like 2 words, so progress, lol. No worries. It yeah, I mean, there is a definite like learning curve to get it, getting started programming, but it's really not as crazy as it seems. If you're a gamer, you can do fun things like custom stuff for Minecraft and other games to get into it. Yeah, for sure, Lodval. Definitely. Pro tip there from Lodval. Yeah, like for me, I've always liked building levels and stuff for other games. I've always loved games that have like level editors. I mean, if it's a fun game, I've always liked just building my own things with other games. So I know with kind of one of the first like develop-y kinds of things I got into was doing some Quake 3 maps. And obviously that's just a map building, and that was before, well, yeah, I'm trying to think. Well, I started kind of as an IT intern at a company, and from there I kind of started learning like command line kind of stuff, and then that kind of turned into doing a little bit of scripting within the command line, and then getting a little more into like programming languages. I started to really get interested in programming because I thought it was really cool. It's a good pro tip. I worry I'm too smooth brain to pick it up. Smooth brain? I've never heard that. That's a new one for me. But I'm always amazed the way people can fill their own gaming desires with custom mods, or even just like you creating your own game. Yeah, exactly. Creating your own game is the game, after a while. Like a lot of people who make their own games, they don't like playing games anymore. And I still like playing games, I'm glad. Actually, I just started playing Super Mario 64 a couple nights ago, because I've been watching some speedrunning streamers, some of the speedrunning guys play that game, and I just wanted to get back into it because I played it as a kid, and I was like, I gotta just play a little bit of Super Mario 64. So it's such a good game. Yeah. For me though, like I got into programming kind of. Mario, that's a throwback. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Yeah, I got into programming kind of more in like the IT space, like doing scripting and kind of like just doing some kind of automating some kind of basic things and kind of command line stuff. And that was kind of my first introduction to like programming. And then eventually after a little bit, and I always liked gaming before that, but I was into computers and kind of got into that IT world of things. And then I started kind of trying my hand at actually building a game, just kind of building up knowledge or whatever's, needed for that from a programming side. But yeah, I mean, what I'm doing is maybe a little more rare, at least as far as Twitch goes, where I'm kind of building the full game from scratch, at least as much as you can build an online browser game from scratch. So if there's a lot of people streaming like Unity and Unreal game development and everything, and that's cool. It's cool that people are doing that, but for me, I don't like doing like engine-y kind of stuff like that, where you're building a game with an engine, where you're more just using someone else's software to make a game, rather than just building the software yourself for the game. How long have you been working on this project? It's kind of a complicated question. I started this, so all the code that we have here in the window now, I started in January. So almost a year ago. And I kind of I worked on it kind of sporadically. I was working a full-time job at the time and just kind of sporadically working on it when I had time. I did maybe a couple hundred hours, like maybe 100 to 200 hours. I don't know, something like that. Up until August, which is when I went part-time with my job and started streaming full-time, streaming 2 full days a week, Mondays and Tuesdays. So then I started doing that, and since then I've put in probably another 200 hours of stream time at least. So a few hundred hours I've spent on this game. So Not too bad. Not too bad. The original idea for the game and an original version of it I made a long time ago. Not a long time ago. 2 years ago, I guess. And I kind of did, worked on it for 100, maybe 100 or 200 hours too. And then the game's vastly changed, and I restarted it from scratch, basically, this past January. So that's pretty awesome. Congrats on the move to kind of full-time streaming. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Thank you for that. Badger is still waiting for that emote. I know, Badger. I'm sorry. You'll be able to spam all the toilets you want with that once that emote goes live. I'll come up with a couple other emotes. Weemy. What's going on, Weemy? It's good to see you. Did you just get home from work, Weemy? Or you work remotely? Emote is going to be awesome. Eating my food. Gotcha, Weemy. A place to poo is nigh upon you. You got it, Rainey. You got it. No, I got home 5 hours ago. Been studying. 5 hours ago. Oh, yeah. What are you, UTC +8? Or not +8, sorry. Plus, you're like 8 hours maybe off of my time, so +3. +1. Trying to do all that math in my head there. Should make a BRB screen with floating toilets. I like it, Latval. Actually, I was working on a BRB a little command line program to do the be right back. Let's see if it works. I don't remember where it last. I don't remember where I last left off with it. Where is this command line ASCII art? Let's just see here quick. I think it only worked in. Oops, I have to do /brb.exe. Nope. Okay. Right now it's just printing my name. But it was supposed to print some cool like ASCII art characters like this, and it was going to say BRB. And it was going to kind of animate them in the command line, so you could just whenever I go to the bathroom, I can come in and just go brb.exe, boom, and then it would start playing this cool little thing. But yeah. Yes. Badger. Nigerian man, I got you. That's pretty cool. Thanks, Rainey. Yes, it should. I mean, once I kind of ran into a little snag where it was getting kind of annoying to. It was getting a little annoying to. There's a couple things I needed to do special for it to make it work properly and nicely without kind of nasty artifacts. So eventually I'll have that running at some point, but I kind of put it on hold for the meantime. Will the multiplayer be ready for me to break for my birthday? Well, I don't know when your birthday is, Weemy. I'm sorry, but I am not too far off for having the multiplayer live. Like, we're not too far off, and by not too far off, I don't know exactly what I mean by that. Jan 3. Yes, it should be ready by then. I don't know what's going to happen with Christmas coming up, though. I really don't know. I'll probably be streaming the 21st and the 22nd, and then the streaming wise, I should be fine for December. I always do Mondays and Tuesdays, so it'll be 21st, 22nd, 28th, 29th. Christmas is the Thursday and Friday, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. F Christmas. What are you talking about, Weemy? It's the greatest time of year. Toilet. There's my toilet emote, Weemy. I accidentally opened that. I didn't even want to have this up. I just uploaded this morning. This will be my BRB emote that people can use. We'll get to that. We'll get to that at some point eventually. Once Twitch approves it. I'm just waiting. We're just waiting for it. All right. But yeah, Weemy, hopefully sooner than later we will have. Why is there so many spaces here? Hopefully sooner than later we will have Rainy Dash throwing the poo there. Hopefully sooner than later we will have the game live, public, multiplayer. I hope they approve it faster and they can approve mine. 12 days of wait. Oh. Then they approved mine. 12 days. Oh boy. Yeah, I should probably I want to get a couple other ones going too. I uploaded the toilet one this morning because that was the only thing I could come up with for right now, but 12 days. Sheesh. Yeah, so Weemy, I've been working on getting all my client and server communication, instead of using JSON, getting that all to be just array buffers. So just raw bytes. And that's greatly minimized the data. I don't know, I know you were asking a little bit about that a couple streams ago, because I originally started talking about it then. But we've now shrunk the data down quite a bit. That would occur during a single game, over a 30-second game. So I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah, and right now I just need to. I've got all the client to server communication, client communicating to the sending data to the server. That has all been array bufferized. But now the server talking to the client is the part I'm working on now. And we're kind of halfway done maybe with that. There's just 7 things. I think the server can tell the client. Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Actually, this one, what is this one? Oh no. Okay, hang on. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. But there's 2 of them that are for the other game mode that I don't have on this notepad thing. So we're almost done with the one game mode. I'm working on this one right now. So the thing I'm working on right now is the on-demand bubble generation. So as 2 players are playing and popping bubbles, the server generates up front 8 bubbles and sends those down initially. So if we start a competitive game here, we start a competitive game, we get 2 players to queue up for a game, 3, 2, 1, boom. They start with the same bubbles, right? So the server generated 8 bubbles and then sent those 8 down the pipe initially. But as you play, it's always going to have, the client always is going to have 8 bubbles ahead of, it's always going to have 8 bubbles kind of up waiting. So as soon as we pop 1 bubble, then the server generates the next bubble and then sends it down to the one client. And then when the other client pops a bubble, then it sends the bubble down to that client too. So each client can kind of get the bubbles as they need them, basically. That's what's happening. Okay, so I'm at the my if else here where the bubble gets generated. Well, okay, so oh, wait a minute. This is the shared bubble mode thing. Hang on a second here. Else. What? Why? All right, I'm confused. Oh, wait. Here's the generation of the bubble. Okay. Now, this if statement would never hit because this is the else. Yeah, that's silly. Why do I have that here? If we're not in shared bubble mode. And this is the else for if we're not in shared bubble mode. So this would never happen. Okay, this would never happen. I don't know why I have that in here. Maybe I thought I was being clever. Ugh, food coma. I gotcha. I gotcha, Weemy. I've already been streaming for 3 hours and it's 1 p.m. Does not feel like 1 p.m. Feels like I woke up not that long ago here. But I'm getting hungry. Might get a snack. Might get a snack in a little bit. But here, okay, so I just found this stupid thing. This brilliant thing, okay? So this whole thing's kind of messy because I have two kind of simultaneous game modes that are allowed to kind of coexist right now. And when I go live, that's probably not going to be a thing. But for right now, it's there, and that's okay. But I have my shared bubble mode, which has this whole thing here if we're in shared bubble mode. So I can toggle this Boolean if we're in shared bubble mode or not. And then the client or the this whole thing will execute in that case. Otherwise, it will execute this whole thing. But then, so this else statement here, when we're inside this else statement, it means we're not in shared bubble mode. And for whatever reason, I do another check. If we're not in shared bubble mode, do this, else do this, which is stupid. I must have just been, I don't know what I was thinking, but I decided to have this else that would, if we are in shared bubble mode, then we do this. But we're not in shared bubble mode ever when we're not in, we've already done the check to filter out if we're in shared bubble mode or not. So I'm just going to delete all this. I'm going to get rid of it all. It's stupid. Okay, so now the thing is, okay, so let's just look at this a little closer here. So this if statement is if we need to generate a new bubble, right? So if the player pops a bubble, if whichever player pops a bubble first, that will trigger a new bubble to generate. Because it'll just check if the bubble needs to be generated or not, if 8 bubbles ahead needs to be generated or not. If not, then, or if there isn't a bubble, then we need to generate it. So we generate a bubble. 20 here. Now you can do the math. Gotcha. That must have been a great day for programming. Love when I find that stuff in my source too. Yes. Yes, an impossible if statement. What, an unreachable if statement. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I should have known. That didn't make any sense at the time. I kind of remember doing something with that, but I must have been like thinking about whatever that other thing was at the time and just skipped it. But anyway, I got rid of that. We're good now, I think. We should be good. So yeah, here we create a new bubble. If a bubble needs to be created, basically create a new bubble. Oh yes, that's what this if statement is for. Okay, so if we're keeping track now of the last bubble that we sent to the client, so each player has a property here. Last bubble ID sent to client. So each player just keeps track of which was, or on the server, we just keep track of the latest bubble we have sent to the client, to that player. So So basically then if okay, so yeah, so if the player doesn't have this bubble, basically is this if statement, then send them this bubble. And then we set that last bubble ID sent to client to whatever that bubble ID we were supposed to get is. Okay, so that's what this whole thing is. So that's great. So now we're replacing, here's our old style call here where we had player.send command, and then we would just send this object, and then this object would get stringified, JSON stringified, and then fired down to the actual client inside of this send command method. So we're getting rid of this. There's no more player.send command anymore. So what we need to do is turn this into our array buffer thing, our new array buffer thing. So we already created an array buffer for this. We have application.outbuffers.nextBubble. So that's our next bubble outgoing buffer. So we want to do actually, I think maybe we want to do const bubble equals this dot bubbles bubble ID to get dot get client format. I think that's what we want to do. And then, okay, then we're going to do this dot buffers, or wait, out buffer, what is it called? Out buffers dot next bubble. Okay, that's what we've got. That's what we want. So then we need to first fill this with zeros. Sadly, I have to leave now. Back to studies. Hey, well, thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with the studies. Yeah, and thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. I appreciate it muchly. Okay, so we fill out this buffer with zeros first. Then, basically, we follow what we have here. Weemy, good job. Thank you. Thank you, Weemy. So now we do the radius first, the X, the Y position of the bubble, the R, the G, the B, the color, red, green, blue, and then the ID. So these first ones are all 16-bit, and these last ones are all 8. So we got 3 16 bits, 4 8 bits, or 1 byte, 2 bytes and 1 byte. So, okay, so outbuffers.nextBubble.fill, we fill them all with zeros. Then we do this dot outbuffers.nextBubble dot write int 16le. This is going to be config.ws.server commands .next bubble. Okay, so that's the command that tells the client. The client is going to read the first 16 bits of that buffer that comes in, and that's going to tell whatever those first 16 bits are, is going to tell the client what the server is telling it. What the rest of the data will be, basically, defining what the rest of that data is going to be. So, okay, so that was our first 2 bits, right? So we have 2, 2, 2, then 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so, or bytes, sorry. So then we're going to have 2 more 16s, then we're going to have some 8s. And then there's no write int 8, right? Oh, I guess we do uint, right? Uint 8. Oh, wait a minute. I really need to make sure. Hang on a second here. Let's make sure we're doing this correctly. Did I do uint? Okay. Okay. I did uint. Okay. Right, uint 8. I guess I don't need to use... Well. All right, well... All right, I think we're okay here. So we do right in 16 LE. Let's just comment these radius. X position. Y pose. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. 10 bytes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this isn't supposed to be. All right, I did the math wrong on this. Okay, this is supposed to be 2, and this is going to be a full 12 byte message. Okay. So it is going to be next bubble. Okay, so we're going to do 4 16s. All right, so this is going to be the message, or the command, I guess. We just say command. I said message before. That wasn't really right. So we say this. We just do X and Y, and then this is supposed to be the radius. Okay. So that's good. And then the remaining are 8 bits. So we've got R, G, B, and ID. So int 8, int 8, int 8, int 8. Okay, great. All right, so all of these are going to be bubble dot R. Let's look at bubble get client format. What does get client format pull? So it's got an ID, an R, a pose, and a color. Okay. So this is going to be bubble bubble.r bubble. Actually, can I copy? I'm not going to copy. I could copy this from. We already did this on for the actual setting up the match, but whatever, it's fine. So bubble.pose.y, and then here we've got bubble.color.r, and let's just copy this, paste this, bubble.color.g, and then we're going to do this, and this is bubble.color.b, and this is the ID, so this is bubble.id. Okay. Red, green, blue. Oh, we need to do offsets. We need to do offsets and then ID. Okay, so this first one, first one is offset 0. What is this? This would be offset 2. Whoa. And this one would be offset 4, and then this would be offset 6, and this would be offset 8. This would be offset 9. Well, now we're in single bytes, so we're doing that. And then the last one is 11, which would be our 12 things. Okay. And we need to make sure we update the config to be next bubble. It now needs to be 12 bytes. Brilliant. Okay. I think we are sending correctly now. In this case, this one case, yeah, okay. And then, so we do all of that, and then we need to send it. So this dot, or wait a minute, player dot player.ws.send this.outBuffers.next bubble. Okay. Brilliant. That should be it. Now, I would maybe like to clean up this get client format thing better. Ooh, I just thought of something maybe a little fancy we could do for that. Because maybe instead of, because basically the bubble has a certain format, ID, R, position, color, and it's got some other properties. And then I basically am just, you know what? We don't even need this get client format anymore. Yeah, we can kind of get rid of that, I think. Because this was just for JSON, just to help us with JSON, basically. Just return us this nice little object like this. But it's kind of stupid. We don't really need that. We can just, yeah, I don't think we need this anymore. Yeah, let's get rid of it right now. We're gonna get rid of it right now. So in fact, yeah, all we need to do is this. Like, there's not even like, we don't even, yeah, we could just get rid of this get client format and it would work. The get client format was just like a helper, little convenient helper thing to give us just this one object, like just the object formatted the way we wanted, and then we would JSON stringify that. We don't need that, and we don't need that convenience. We just need to grab the data and put it in our buffer now. So like we don't even need a variable now. We just do this, and then we just do bubble. Yeah, bubble.id, bubble.r, bubble.pose, bubble.color. That's all we got. Okay, so then applicate match. So we're just gonna go here, replace. All of these should work just fine. Yeah, then we can get rid of this. And we can pretty much get rid of this. I don't need to look at that anymore. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is. And I mean, I could maybe, well, yeah, that's probably fine. Into next bubble buffer. Okay. I like it. Let's see here. I think that's all I needed, actually. I think that's all we really need. Oh, we haven't done the client-side stuff for this yet. So we haven't done the actual client-side reading of all this data yet. But we will get to that. So now... now, what do we have? We've got opponent target bubble changed. Okay, so that's just 4 bytes. That's just the command itself and 2 bytes. The first 2 bytes are the command itself. Second 2 bytes are the second 2 bytes are the new ID of the bubble. So let's do, you know what? Technically, we could make that just 3 bytes. Trying to decide if I need. Hang on a second here. I gotta write this down. All right, we gotta write down that. Okay. 256 bubble limit. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Because right now I'm using on the server, we're only using an 8-bit ID. So that basically means we can only generate 256 bubbles. And I need to think about maybe a better way to do that. And the one solution would be just use a 16-bit, oops, just switch to a 16-bit ID. And I really think that's what we're going to end up doing. I really need to actually just do that, I think. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, we really should do 16 bits. We really should. And now I'm starting to think about that crazy idea I had again, about maybe doing that, actually. Should I do that? Yeah, we probably should. We probably should do it. No, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it because I feel like on the client side, just because of JavaScript typed array views, it's not really going to line up exactly how we want it anyway. So let's not worry about it. But I should probably do. I should probably do 16 bit IDs. Yeah, I need to do that. We need to do that. Because for whatever reason, I thought it was brilliant to do 8-bit IDs because I thought, oh, I packed these in all nice and tight. But we should switch to 16-bit IDs. Whoops. Just so I don't actually start chasing that bug down if there's some sort of issue. In case there are some wicked fast people who could pop more than 256 bubbles in a single game, I should probably switch that. So, okay, so the current format of a bubble looks like this. And same thing for the next bubble. It's basically the radius, the X, the Y positions, then the red, green, blue colors, and then an ID. Oh, but I did that for... Wow. See, that's JavaScript typed array baloney we have to deal with now. because I can't. That's why I thought I was being all clever. All right. Let's see. All right, we're gonna switch over to using 16-bit bubble IDs right now. We're just gonna do it. Actually, you know what? We'll come back to it. We're gonna come back to it because I kind of want to test what would happen if I pop more than 256 bubbles. All right, so let's just see if this is working right now. 3, 2, 1. Good. Okay. And then it crashed because it tried to do a player.send command, which doesn't exist anymore. All right, so our next command, we'll do it in this format. Opponent target bubble changed 4 bytes, message 2 bytes, and target bubble ID 2 bytes. So opponent target bubble changed. This dot send opponent target bubble ID. Okay, so that's a method we call in multiple places, right? So we have send opponent. Okay, so we call that in 4 places. Let's just look at the entire project here briefly. So send opponent target bubble. Okay, so we've got it in 4 places on the match, inside of our match. So one of them is commented out. Where is that one? Okay. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Okay, and then we just have 3 now. So send opponent target bubble ID. So I guess we could just keep this method. I don't think there's any reason to get rid of the method. We call it in 2 places. Where are those 2 places? Call it here, and we call it here. Okay. Yeah, so we'll leave it. So if the player makes a mistake and goes back, we have to call that. If the player pops a bubble and goes forward, we have to call it. So those 2 places, that's fine. And there's some complicated. Oh no, it's just a one-liner thing here. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep this. Okay, so now it's going to be a few more lines. It's going to be. Oh, first off, we need to create the buffer for it. So we're going to say, wait, no. Where is that? Here we go. Opponent target bubble changed. So we're going to say opponent target bubble changed. So that's going to equal a buffer. Buffer.alloc. And we're going to do config.ws. Command buffer sizes dot opponent target bubble ID changed. Unexpected token, yes, because that should be a comma. There we go. Okay. Opponent target bubble ID change. I can talk typically. Can I? Okay. Opponent target. I'm just not going to say it anymore. OTBC. Opponent target bubble change. I keep saying OP now. Oh, I need a snack. I'm getting cranky. I need a snack. Maybe some apple juice and graham crackers. That's what I need, I think. All right, so we've got the buffer set up now on our application. That's brilliant. That's beautiful. That's exactly what we were looking for. So we're done with the application file there. Go back to our match file. We have send target bubble ID, send opponent target bubble ID, and now our match will have access to that buffer. So we can do this dot out buffers dot opponent. So now I need to copy paste that. I should have known. opponent target bubble changed dot fill. We're going to call fill. We're going to fill it with zeros, right? It's just a 4-byte array, but we're going to fill it with 4 zeros. So we're going to do this dot outbuffers dot opponent opponent target bubble ID change dot write int 16le, and we're going to write config dot ws dot server commands dot, and VS Code just loves not giving me my server command right away. There we go. Opponent target bubble changed. And then we're going, so that's writing that, the first 2 bytes are going to be just that message, so that when the client gets it, it's going to look at the first 2 bytes and see what that number is, and that's going to tell the client what the data, the rest of the data is going to be. So then we have this dot outbuffers dot opponent target bubble ID change, and now we're just writing in the write int 16 le. We're going to send the actual new opponent target bubble ID, the ID. So whatever we were doing here, this is just player.matchState dot. Now wait a minute here. Oh, we're sending it to the opponent, right? Okay. So this is the player whose target bubble ID changed. And then we're telling the opponent, we're telling their opponent, hey, here's the bubbles that they popped, right? Because as you're playing the game, if I'm popping bubbles, my opponent is going to see like the other, that I've popped the bubble or whatever, right? So that is that's the spiel, the skinny, the lowdown. I don't know. What else do you want from me? What other words, phrases? I don't know. That's how it works, let's just say. So I don't know why I was explaining all that, but now we need to actually send it to the opponent. So we need to do, it's the opponent. Yeah. The player is the one whose target bubble ID changed. We're sending it to the opponent of that player. So player.matchState.opponent.ws.send. So we're talking to the opponent's WebSocket connection, and we're going to pipe in this .outbuffers, blah, 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 blah. There we go. Brilliant. That should be all we need for right now on the server side. In theory, everything is just glorious, and I'm going to keep that comment there. In theory, that should be all taken care of. So now on the, that's on the server side. Is that what I said before? That's on the server side. So now we need to go to the client side. And we need to make sure that we're actually reading the data correctly here. So, yeah, before we get into, again, I was saying we've been using 8-bit IDs for the bubbles. So that would mean we get 8 bits for a single bubble ID. So 256 unique IDs. Then it's just the integer counting up. From 0 to 255. So technically, the way it stands right now, the server will only generate 256 total bubbles. Otherwise, it'll crash. It'll crash. It'll throw an exception if we try to generate a bubble at position 256. So we're going to address that. But I'd like to, we're going to switch over to using 16-bit, probably signed 16-bit integers. So that'll give us 32,000 bubble IDs potentially. We're going to have some sort of hard cap on that so that the server won't end up generating more than that. We'll figure out some ways to limit that. Okay, so now on the client side, we just need to actually kind of parse this data that we're getting. So, message uint16. Oh, okay, great. I'm going to get rid of this. We got rid of that on the server side. So we've got match countdown started. That's taken care of. We've got match started. That's taken care of. We've got match ended. We'll do that. Cursor out of play. Let's actually get rid of that, or at least just send command. Just want to see where we're using that. Okay. We're using that in a bunch of places. That's not good. Oh, just inside of the match. Okay, so where we've got what here? Okay, that's commented out. We've got here, that's commented out. We've got here, that's commented out. We've got here. Oh, this is in shared bubble mode. I guess this is okay. That's with this one, this one, this one, this one, and then oh, that's cursor out of play. Okay, so this is cursor out of play. We'll just comment that whole message out for right now. We're not going to send that. And that's commented. That's commented. Okay, we're good now. Okay. So I'm going to also, well, we can leave this. No? Yeah, I'll just leave this for right now. I'll leave that for right now. There might be something we use that for. But match ended. All right, actually, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick here first. So we'll be right back. There we go. Toilet emote. Future toilet emote. There we go. Right there. Be right back. Rainy dash, throwing more poop. All right, I'm back. I just got a couple crackers here too. And hang on a sec, I gotta check a little message here briefly. Just pretend I'm not here. Except I'll be crunching. I'll be crunching really loud in the microphone. I'll mute myself again while I finish my crackers. Just a moment. All right. Sorry. Stuffing my face with crackers here. But I'm going to try to press on here. I got one left. Just one multi-grain crisp left. I like how when you go to the grocery store, these are under specialty crackers. Yeah, it's just, it makes you feel nice, good about yourself when you're buying a box of specialty crackers. You know, it's not Ritz. These aren't just like Ritz. I'm not just going to the store buying a box of Ritz or Townhouse. Ritz and Townhouse, no way. Those are never going to be in the specialty crackers section of the grocery store. Like, these are Milton's multi-grain specialty crackers. That's good. Specialty crackers and cheese. Classy and tasty. Yes. I'm a big fan of cheddar, aged cheddar, so that'd be pretty good in this case. Putting on the Ritz. Nice. All right. So, we now just need to replace. So I've got this nice little switch case on the client. So we're taking in, again, we're doing kind of the same thing that the server does, where we take that first 16-bit chunk out of the front of our buffer there, and that is the command, the integer of the command that we're supposed to run. So that's our switch, our value in our switch, and I'm just doing a switch case. And we're doing whether that's match countdown started, match started. And then here are the old ones that need to be changed. So this is when I was using strings. Irish cheddar on a Triscuit is one of my favorites. That sounds pretty good. I don't know if I've ever had Irish cheddar, to be honest. Finite singularity. Good afternoon, Tyrannosaur. Good afternoon, finite singularity. How are you doing? Also, you guys are making me hungry. Sorry. Yeah. I just got all giddy about crackers there and cheese. I'm doing well. Been a good day for cranking out code. Awesome. Yeah, I felt that way too. It feels pretty good for a Monday. I got a lot of sleep, I guess. I got enough sleep. So I woke up just ready to go for the most part. Irish cheddar is an aged white cheddar. Very good. Actually, when you said Irish cheddar, that made me think of white cheddar. So maybe I have seen Irish cheddar before. Awesome. Very, very good. I'll have to get some at some point. Because I'm a big cheddar fan. I like to go like 5-year. Once you start getting north of 5-year aged, it starts to get pretty expensive. But 8-year, if you can get 8-year, I like it. Cheese cracker and wine stream someday. That sounds great. That sounds like a perfect idea there. Finite singularity. All right. Okay. So as I was saying, we were trying to replace these cases here. So these are the ones we haven't done yet, because we're checking for these strings, which are not right. Because now we've moved over to just, well, okay, it's an integer that we're pulling out of our thing here. So we need to actually be checking these. These cases will never be met, basically, is what's happening. So we need to start using, basically, this one, this case match ended. We can switch over to this. Wait a minute. Yeah. So we do config. I'm going to just take this whole string here. Not string, but thing. Match. So this will be now match ended. And then we're going to have to do some fancy stuff here. Bubbles. I don't need to print these anymore. Rainy Dash. If you're in the US, Dubliner, am I saying that right? Is a reliable brand and not too pricey. Definitely with special cheeses. Definitely with special cheeses though. Oh yes, back to work. Haha. No worries. I'm always up for talking about cheese. If you're in the U.S., yeah, I'm in Wisconsin actually, so that's kind of the place to get cheese, if you know what I mean. I mean, cheddars and that sort of thing. I mean, there's a lot of other fancy cheeses too, but like Dublin. Oh, Dubliner. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. But in WI, don't they ban all imported cheeses? Not too far from you. MN. Nice. I don't know. I think they banned some exported cheeses potentially. I don't know. I have no idea about banning anything. No, they don't. No, there's certain brands that maybe only show up in Wisconsin, maybe. Obviously, there's a lot of local brands, for sure, that you're only going to find in Wisconsin or in the local area. I'm in Colorado. Good territory for beer, I think. I'm not a drinker. Gotcha. Yeah, well, Wisconsin's good for beer too. I'm not really much of a drinker either, but there is Spotted Cow, that's the beer that you can only get in Wisconsin, and that's kind of a New Glarus Spotted Cow. So that's pretty good beer. I mean, I definitely don't. Not a big beer drinker as it is, but that stuff tastes pretty good. And that they don't export out of Wisconsin. For sure. They don't ship it out of Wisconsin, I should say. I don't know why. I'd rather have cheese curds, LOL. Yep. Wow, somebody from outside of Wisconsin actually knows what cheese curds are. Nice. Yes, definitely a lot of cheese curds. Cheese curds have never ever gone through a family-sized cheese curd tray from Culver's. Oh yeah, finite singularity. You're in Minnesota, so yeah, you've got Culver's for sure. Honestly, I don't get cheese curds from Culver's. I've had them, of course, but yeah. Dip them in the custard, or maybe not, but still. Yeah, I don't know if I would do that, but you know. So it's an idea. It's an idea for sure. Rainy Dash lives in KC for a bit. Culver's wasn't bad, but the barbecue was better. Yes. Yeah, I had some family in KC. They don't live there anymore, but in the area, in Missouri. Also in Missouri. Missouri area. KC area, I should say. Yes, I had Gates. My uncle took us to Gates in KC. The hi, may I help you? That they say hi, may I help you like every 5 seconds when you're there. Lived in NC for years. BBQ. Sounds pretty good. Probably have to have the right flavored custard. Yeah. The flavor of the day. Yeah, I really like Kansas City. It's a nice place. I think Gates has great character, but some of the worst BBQ. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I mean, from what I remember, it was really good, but I don't know if we went anywhere else. It's all about Joe's and a gas station, so you know it's good. Yeah, I've heard of Joe's now, but I don't think we went there. In a gas station. That's funny. Man, I'm getting really hungry now. Might have to get some Culver's, to be honest. Maybe I will get cheese curds this time. I don't know. Oh. All right. So yeah, so we should be parsing now the correct match ended thing here. We just need to make sure that, yeah, the one tricky part is actually going to be getting the stats. Opponent quit. Okay. Right. Okay, so what did we end up doing for this? Did we do an opponent quit? Oh, we did a 2. Okay, we did 2. Is there a way I can convert? Ooh, okay. I think I know what we can do for that. It's usually about a 1 or 2 hour line wrapping around the gas station so people can barely use it for its intended purpose. That's crazy. They're probably selling more barbecue than they're selling gas, though. I wouldn't be surprised. That's crazy. 1 or 2 hour line. Like, they've never branched out. Joe's has never branched out. It's always just the gas station. Like I feel like that's like a huge business opportunity there, you know, if you've got like international fame. You know, there's probably just people there just for that. Oh, for sure. And for a $7 sandwich, no one is complaining. That's crazy. Yeah. Who would actually use the gas? They probably, you know, like the locals would probably, I'm never going to that gas station. I mean, like KC locals would probably, for gas, like, because it would always be packed. So it's like I couldn't, just the gas station is part of the novelty. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's, you know, and the owner, Joe, I don't know. Or has that name been around for a while? The owner's probably, you know, doing plenty well for themselves. But yeah, if you like branch out and you start opening up a restaurant or something, that loses the novelty of it. For sure. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this opponent quit thing is we are going to, it's a Boolean. It's supposed to be a Boolean, but we're passing a 16-bit integer, so that'll either be 0 or 1. So I could probably just do like a double bang to convert it to to an explicit Boolean in JavaScript here. So let's do, I'll actually server. Okay. I think we're going to do a new anonymous object here. Well, let's comment this out just for reference. Let's we're going to duplicate, comment this line out. So here we'll get the thing and do the double bang. Here we're going to do a new object, an anonymous object, and then we'll parse through, or we'll do set the offsets and whatever. Okay, so the server, okay, what is the offset of our thing here? I should really type these offsets out. Let's just do that. 0, 2, 4, 6. Can Jared count by 2s? 8, 10. Yes, for a total of 12. Jared can count. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. And okay, so then our bool, you know what, we could move that to the front. We could move it to the front. Yeah, let's move it to the front. Now that we're doing a 2 bytes for it. I was trying to be clever and shave 1 byte off, but we're not going to do that. Planning on lots of gray matter in that Boolean. Oh, because I'm doing a 16-bit one. No, just for, well, actually, why did I end up going back to this? It's just for alignment, really. And I'm actually going to move it up. I'm going to move it up to the top right after message. Actually, so let's change that. Okay. Oh, now all my offsets change. Okay, so it'll be 2, 4, 6, 5, 6, 8. Nope. 8, 10. Okay, so opponent quit. Let's go to the server and change that quickly. So where do we do the end match? Is this it? Nope. This is it right here. Right here. Yep. Okay. Okay, so my opponent quit. Yes. So now this is, we're gonna move this up. This whole line is gonna go up. That's the command. My opponent quit. This is gonna be offset 2. This is gonna be offset 4. This is gonna be offset offset 6. This is going to be offset 8, and then 10. Look at that. And then my opponent quit 0. Nobody quit. It's going to be up here. Then this is going to be offset 2. This is going to be offset 4. It's going to be offset 6. It's going to be offset 8 and 10. Wow. Is it really that easy? Okay. Now I need to just look at what. Okay. Well, okay. Let's just handle this while we're right here. So now this will be. We're opening what? We've opened a U16 message uint16. That works great in this case because now we're just going to take message uint16 and we're going to wait. No, 1. It's going to be 1. This is the second uint16, so ID 1. The first uint16 in the array would be 0. So this is 1. This is the second element. The third byte. The third byte, but the second element. Because we're looking at bytes in pairs here. Okay, so I'm going to do a double bang on top of that because this is going to be either a 0 or a 1. A 16-bit 0 or 1. 16 bits worth of a 0 or a 1. But we'll do the double bang just to convert it to an explicit Boolean in JavaScript. Okay, so then server stats needs to be some sort of object, which we were directly pulling. Ooh, actually, I could just copy this here. I don't need to. Okay, so we've got, let's see. So server stats is going to be an object that was called message.stats. So message.stats, here it is here because I got to comment it out. So it's a property that's my mistake count, my pop bubble count, my opponent mistake count. Great, so we just copy, literally just copy and paste this. We do that, and then that, and then that, and then that, and then this, and this. Okay. So we can get rid of that last one. Okay. So my mistake count is going to be basically these offsets here, 4, 6, 8, and 10. My mistake count, my pop the bubble count. So wait, we're not doing byte offsets anymore. We're doing 16. We're doing pairs. So this would just be 2. Okay, yeah. That's easy. 3, 4, and then 5. Yes. Whoa. Do I need that? Nah, we're not gonna put that extra comma. Okay. That should be all we need for the match ended. Let's just do it all and then see if it works. Let's do it all and see if it works here. Yeah, finite singularity. If you're still there, maybe I didn't say what we were working on now, but we've been working on multiplayer. I guess you've maybe been around since the multiplayer days. Still here, gotcha. Yeah, I just fill you in a little bit on what exactly I was trying to accomplish. We started doing multiplayer a while ago now. Actually, pretty new to the channel. Gotcha. I remember seeing you not that long ago, so I couldn't remember if it was maybe before we had been doing multiplayer or not. Yep, came in on a raid. Nice. Which raid was that? Was that Begin Bots raid from? Can't remember who. Too many streams. Nice. Yeah, so we've been. Well, you can play Populus right now, online, live. Populus.gg. I just threw it down there in the chat. Yeah, so I've been working on multiplayer and kind of trying to. I've been working on the format. So right now, there's no multiplayer right now on the live site, but just on my dev version here. basically the server's sending these bubbles down to each client, right? And it's sending the same bubbles. So I've been kind of just tweaking the format with tweaking the data format that I've actually been sending all the data to the clients and vice versa from the clients up to the server. So I have been using JSON strings in the past for that. So just, with JavaScript, you it's just built in. You can just convert a normal JavaScript object down to a JSON object and then magic, it just works. But the data gets very bloated, like just to express a little amount of, something that you could just say in like 1 byte otherwise would be, you're sending strings, so you're just sending these really long chunks of data, whatever, potentially. In my case, it's sending a lot of extra data. So I've been moving everything over to ArrayBuffers. So just raw bytes. So that's where we're getting this weird Boolean thing and all that stuff. Or a 16-bit integer? Yes. A 16-bit Boolean? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much that. So we're almost there. I am just doing the last part of getting the client. We just have what, 2? Oh no, we've got two more things from two more pieces of data that come from the server to the client that we just got to set up, and then we'll be ready to go. Also, I totally suck at your game. No worries, no worries. Yeah, and I understood the word Boolean. I don't know if my wife is, I don't know what's going on up there. Is that your cat? Oh, your wife. Oh, well. Yeah, that was my wife. I think my wife is getting chased by the cat. I think she's playing with him right now. Hang on a second here. Okay. So White Panther raided you the other day. I think I might have been, that might have been the one. Yes, White Panther. Yeah, it was BeginBot and White Panther all in one day. That was a lot of raiding. It was a lot of people hanging out. That was pretty cool. That's a few big raids. Nice. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 2 big ones. 2 of the biggest ones. Well, I've had one other big one from Dave Churchill. That wasn't too long ago either, but 2 pretty big ones in one day. Got a 12-person raid on my stream the other day. Squee. Nice. So you stream too, Finite Singularity? Finite? Codico, what's going on? Throwing the pogs in there. Oh. It's Lutval. I changed my name. You did, Lutval. Got it. Codico. All right. I will remember that, Lutval. Yep, a few days a week. I do financial modeling programming on Tuesday and Thursday evening and a fun maker stream on Saturday mornings. Currently working on a 27-inch digital picture frame. Whoa, sweet. That's pretty cool. Financial modeling and programming. Nice. A 27-inch digital picture frame. That's really cool. So you're into that kind of, I guess you're doing kind of like microcontroller programming, stuff like that, embedded kind of stuff, something like that, or like Raspberry Pi or something like that. Or something like that. How many times can I say or something like that? Okay, so this more bubbles thing is the next thing we need to work on. So we're going to actually replace this with a new server command here. So instead of more bubbles, server commands dot next. It's not next bubble is what we're calling it now. Not. Okay, so config.wss server commands dot next bubble. Okay. And then we got event emitter.emit bubbles from server added. This is going to stay the same, but then here we got message.bubbles, which is an array. Let's get rid of this array part of it. Let's just make it an object now. So where do we listen for that? Let's go to bubbles added from server. Oh, bubbles from server added. Trying to be all fancy with that. Okay. WebSockets wrapper. Why are there two? There are not two of them. That's a Visual Studio Code bug. There's just one. Come on, VS Code. Am I going crazy? There's just one. Look. Orange right there. That's it. Little orange. And it's showing two. WebSockets wrapper.js. Oh, no. It's doing that lowercase, stupid lowercase file name thing. Where VS Code decides to rename my files lowercase. It's a real thing. WebSockets wrapper.js. There we go. Has it been doing it anywhere else? Yeah, that it does that when I do a search sometimes. You do a search. Yeah, man. That's so dumb. The only thing I like better than programming is pulling out the soldering iron. And yes, I do both. This project is all Raspberry Pi, but I do a lot with ESP32, Arduino, etc. Nice. That's pretty cool. Suppose I like my wife and kiddos more than either, but don't let them know. You haven't hit that one yet. That bug, yeah, that visual VS Code thing. It's something with the search that does it. It decides to like change the name to lowercase. The file rename issue. Yeah. Like if I do, let's try it. Let's just see if we can replicate here. Something where what were we searching for? Bubbles from server added. Bubbles from server added. Oh, wait a minute. No. How about this? Bubbles. What did I do? I typed it wrong first. I did like bubbles server, bubbles added. Yeah, it's not there. Bubbles from server added. Yeah, it's not doing it there. Now it's just the one, the same big file name. That's it. But it like renames the file in the background. I noticed it originally because Is it by chance your linter is doing it? You don't have any file naming convention set, do you? No, I don't have a linter even. So it's really VS Code doing it. Something with the search. I know at one point in time I was replicating it. I could replicate it, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't have any extensions really that would do anything weird. I do have ESLint installed, but I'm not using it in this case. I've got a few here. Lisp. I forgot about Lisp. I was trying that out at one point in time. Yeah, to-do tree, but that's not, well, I don't know. The Microsoft Dev stream is live right now. You should go over there and yell at them. That's a good idea. I've gotten mad at this before on stream. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I like VS Code, but then there's just random weird things that are really annoying. But yeah, finite singularity, that stuff's pretty cool. I've never done any sort of low-level cool stuff. I'm a huge fan of VS Code plus remote containers. Gotcha. Like by remote containers, you're talking about like Docker? Or am I way off on that? What you're trying to say there? Okay. All right, so yes, this is all we care about is this one, the one in match. Oh, and VS Code really needs to show line numbers in this sidebar search. Like I know I can click this line, but that was one of my feature requests here. I don't think I actually requested it. But just show the line numbers here. Like it's not that hard. I'd really like to just see the line. You're showing me the line. Just show the number. Like 2, show me the number as well. Yep, Docker plus the remote containers module for VS Code lets you, for VS Code itself, gotcha. Lets you run everything inside the container, but edit in VS Code, which makes things great for replicating a production environment, etc. Gotcha. Nice. All right, so what are we in? We're at match, bubbles from server added. Okay, so this is fine, but then we need, I don't want bubbles to be an array anymore, because we're doing a for each, but it's never going to be a for each. So we're just going to do new bubble or something. We'll just call this new bubble. Let's just call it bubble. Okay, fine. We're just going to call it bubble, and then we just get rid of the for each. Console log, bubble received, bubble. Great. All right, so we got rid of that. Now, bubbles from server added, message.bubbles. So now, yeah, we're just, okay, this has to be a new object, I guess. Yes, okay, so this has to be a new object, but what is the exact format of that object? Match, ID, R, pose, color. Okay. So we'll do bubble, we're going to do ID, pose, which is going to be this, and there's going to be an X and a Y, or let's do this all in one line. No, actually, never mind. It's going to be an X and a Y, and then a, wait a minute, and an R, a radius. ID, R, pose, color, that's what it should be. ID, R, pose, and then color, which is going to be an RGB. Okay. Okay, and then that comes in this format here. next bubble. Here we go. So we do R, then X, then Y, then RGB. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do it this way. Nobody can stop me. So message is 2 bytes. We already got that. So then here, let me do these offsets again, off to the side if I can count. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, that should be right. The 11th byte. If we have an 11th byte, that means we've got 12 bytes. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Because these go from, it goes 2 bytes for that, so we're at 6, or we're at 6 with this start of this one, so we have 2 more bytes. That puts us at 8 for this single byte R. So then the next one would be 9. So that's why it goes 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, so we've got the ID, which is actually at the end right now. It's the 11th byte, so we'll do, oh boy, actually we need to do, how are we going to do this? Do I need to do a new, let's see, out buffer, out command. Oh, no. We need to open up a view. We've already got a 16-bit view on the message, but we need to open up an 8-bit view, just like this. I'm going to do this. Copy this line. So we do right here. I should do new blocks. I'm going to do blocks for these. Yes, okay. Should be doing blocks for all of these cases, but whatever. Okay. All right, so we've got okay, now we've opened up an 8-bit integer, a uint8 view onto our message buffer. So now we can get 11, now we can say 11. So the ID will be message uint8 11. ID message uint8 11. R is going to be message. Oh my goodness, can't find the home row. Where's Mavis Beacon? All right, message 0, 2. Okay, wait a minute. No, this one is 16. The radius is a 16-bitter. Message 16. It's a 16-bitter. That's an 8-bitter. All right. Nope. 1. What? Not 12. 1. There we go. Position is going to be also a 16-bitter. A 16-bitter. Whoops. And so is the Y position. So that's 1, 2, and then 3. Like that. And then a color. Those are all going to be 8s. So it's going to be what? 8, 9, 10, right? Yes. So R is 8, G is 9, B is 10. So we've got message uint8. I'm really doing this right? Yeah, I think I am. Okay. So this is going to be 8, 9, and 10. We need some commas. Great. Wow. That ended up not being too bad. Okay. Pretty sure we're good as far as that goes. Now the last one that we just need for now is opponent target bubble ID change. So we're going to change this one to config. Server commands dot opponent target bubble change, or opponent target bubble change is all we're calling that one there. So for this one, what? It's just 2 Yeah, it's just that first, we just care about this one 16-bit integer here. Whoops. Okay, so that's easy. Then instead of message.targetBubbleID, then we do message, what is this, message buffer? Oh no, message comes in as message buffer, but we need to do message uint16 1. Message uint16 1. Wait a minute. Did I just see message uint 8? Did I see that in scope there? No, it's not. Okay. Beautiful. All right. Okay. In theory, that should be everything we need. And we'll see if we can play the game. I probably broke something. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're getting... All right, server's still good. Uh-oh, something... Okay, something's really bad. What, are we sending the wrong? You know what? I bet you I did it. I copied and pasted something and didn't. Opponent target bubble ID changed. Next bubble. Match ended. Match started. Match countdown started. What? All right, how about this? We are going to do... Well, first off, let me block all of these switch cases just to be safe. Let's just block all of the cases. That's good. That's good. That's good. These ones I'll fix later. Let's just do this one just to be nice. Okay. All right, so what is going wrong here? Because for some reason it looks like maybe we sent match countdown started, and maybe I'm sending the wrong thing on the server. Let's look at, let's just print. So every time we get a message from the server, let's just print whatever that. Let's just print message uint 16 0. So let's just print that int CLG. Cool. Hey, did I have, where are my extensions here? Oh, there it is. ES6 code snippets. I do have that installed. All right, so let's open up some console. Oh boy. Oh, that's why we've got some error. I should have had the browser, the client consoles open. What was I thinking? All right. Let's see what happens now. Okay, so we're queuing up for a game, queuing up for a multiplayer game. Okay. So far, stuff's working. And I think we're getting... Okay. All right, so I think the numbers are fine. We're getting, what is this, 76? This is the one we just did. This is, what? This isn't supposed to be firing here. Why did we lose? Why don't, what? How is that undefined? Wait, does it have to do with this? That doesn't make sense. What in the world? Did I... How is that not defined? It's defined right here. And yeah, this is... Oh my goodness. Okay. I did parentheses instead of brackets. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, whoops. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the error we were getting was, but we still have a problem because, yeah, message uint16 is not a function. I should have actually read the error message. That might have helped. Okay, so for some reason though, that message wasn't supposed to be firing. Yeah. What did I do wrong here? 1 means match started, but then we got another 1. Why would we get another 1 here? Okay, so I'm doing this wrong on the server. I must have copied and pasted or something. Okay, so what did I do? I popped a bubble on the one player, and the other player was getting the match countdown started thing. So I guess let's do this here. Match. No. Here we want to look at match count. Is that what it's called? Match countdown started. Okay, maybe that's not happening here. Server commands. Wait a minute. I bet you I know what happened here. Match countdown started as 1. Match started as 2. I wonder if... We've got 2 in this. All right, so that's only coming from that one spot. What about this? Client commands. Okay. We've got 4. What about here? Did I do it wrong? No. Server commands dot. Wait, we did client commands, right? And that didn't have anything. Client commands, no results. That's good. Server commands. Okay, so we've got 5 results, which would be match started. Match started. Match ended. Match ended. Next bubble. Opponent target bubble changed. Okay, was that working on? Let's refresh. Okay, so if I pop this, okay, yeah, clearly we got a problem here. I mean, everything looks in kind of good here. Are we getting new bubbles? Bubble generating 9. Okay, so we're getting that. Let's actually just play and get some bubbles. So at some point, nope. Okay, so we're not getting bubbles either. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at all that. I think it's working. We're simultaneously showing the stats and the game and the main menu, and Actually, the main menu is not showing there, but it might as well be. All right. So, yeah, somehow we like started a second game. That's really weird. It has to be, okay, so it has to be, the problem has to be with yeah, so immediately we start with the problem. Ooh, what is this? Yeah. Wait a minute. We got an empty buffer. Well, wait a minute here. Hang on, let's try this again. Let's try it again here. Just follow the logical things here. Okay, so we've got our first array buffer. That is the 1. We've got our which is the match itself, which looks good. But as soon as I pop a bubble, we get, as soon as I pop a bubble, we got an array buffer 4 here. That's length 4 with a 1 in it. That's the problem, because the 1 is a countdown started. So it's got to be the opponent, send opponent target bubble ID. That's got to be the problem. Server commands dot opponent target bubble changed. Maybe this is just, maybe I spelled it wrong or something. Server commands dot opponent target bubble changed. No, that should be a 5. Yeah, why is this a 4? Well, wait a minute here. An empty 4. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Opponent target bubble changed. Match. config.ws.servercommands. I remember typing that in by. We fill it with zeros, then we do. All right, let's. Hey, 5. What is going on? Let's just try something funky here. Let's just try. You know what? Did I actually create this? That's probably what happened. I probably didn't actually create the object in the application. Probably 90. Nope, there it is. Opponent target bubble changed. Did I spell it right? Wait, let's take this. And it's the right buffer size. It's 4. Because the client was getting 4 bytes. But it was like empty sometimes. Yeah, opponent target bubble changed. It was the client was getting a 4 byte array. But it was like let's just CLG the buffer on the end here. How about that? Should print those numbers for us. Okay, there we go. Whoa. Oh, that's a problem. It's putting it in. Oh, okay. I didn't do the offsets. That's the problem. There we go. Got the offsets. Let's get rid of this thing. That's the problem. There we go. Everything's working now. Although it didn't look like the bubbles were... Yeah, we're not getting new bubbles, which is a problem. Oh, we kind of are. But we're missing some or something. Something's going on here. We got a pink one, but we didn't... I guess it didn't come through correctly. Yeah, so all of that stuff, the opponent thing's working now. The bubbles are just not working properly here. So let's look at what's going on. Okay, what did I... Let's look at our things here. See what I did. Let's see what I did wrong. How about that? All right, so next bubble. I wonder if the IDs are all wrong. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so then this would be 0, 1, 2, 3. Offset 8. It's 2. Okay. Or offset, oh, wait. Offset 16 equals 1 to skip that. Okay, okay. We got a real humdinger, let's just say. Actually, it's really not that big a deal. I just need to actually like think about this. What's going on here? All right, so looking at what I do for the match started is not a very good idea. What we want to look at is okay, so it's not message uint, it's message int. No, wait a minute. Oh, I do int 16s there. That's right. But I do uints here, which is fine. Yeah, we have to do signed ints for the other one. Okay, uint 11, 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. How about we do this? Let's just do this. How about I just print the bubble? We'll just print a copy for ourselves there. It's not what I wanted. Okay, so when I pop one of these, oh, I've already been printing that. 136. Oh, we've got some. How do we? Oh, I'm viewing this as an int 8. I don't want that. View it as int 16s. So 103 radius, 162. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's got to be int 16s for the positions. That's why. We might as well just. The positions should be int 16s. Yeah, I need to do int 16. Okay. So we do message uint 8. We do message 16. I did the same. This is the same thing I did before. And I guess technically the radius we could do int 16 too, but whatever. Uint and the colors. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. That should be it. That should be it. So now, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I did it wrong. I copied it to the wrong one. Okay, we're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of this message now. There we go. It's gone. All right, so let's see where, refresh, fresh, there we go. All right, so let's play. Sweet. Everything is looking good. The consoles are going crazy because I'm printing like a million things. But it's okay. Awesome. Oh, we didn't get stats. Okay, so we're almost there. The opponent's stats did not come through. That's weird. That doesn't really make sense. Because why would none of these stats should come through? Unless. Okay. Maybe I typed something wrong. All right. So I think we're pretty much good to go. I can stop console logging everything. Which will be nice. So we can just get rid of that. We can just get rid of this. Get rid of that. Okay. So, all right. So for whatever reason, our game was not, our match. Where's match ended? Okay, match ended. We passing in server stats. So let's go up to the application and where we get match ended. If, is there an if server stats? CLG, whoa. CLG server stats. So I'm just going to print this object that got created. Brilliant. All right, so let's play. Let's pop a few on this. Whoa. Thought I maybe had a spider on my leg or something. It happened to me one time. I was just sitting here and like I felt just something like kind of crawling on me very slowly, but it was a spider. Okay. So I thought I stopped printing the array buffers. Why are we printing those? All right, so we got this. Opponent mistake count. Okay, I must have did something wrong. 0. How could those be zeros? Yeah, because look at that. It's coming in as those are 0. And I should fix something. When something comes in as 0, I should still print it, but as a 0. So that's also something I should do. All right, why? Yeah, because it's showing our stats fine, but I must have just spelled something wrong. I probably spelled opponent wrong or something. Because it's kind of hard to spell opponent. OPPONENT. But that doesn't, no, because it passed to 0, so that doesn't make sense. But I must have screwed something up. Oh, wait a minute, though. Since we're doing an array buffer, we fill it with zeros first, then we set it. So if maybe if it's null or undefined, it just puts a 0 in there. I bet you that's what it is. I just spelled something wrong. So let's look at I spelled something wrong, and therefore JavaScript just puts an undefined in there, which undefined just happens to turn into 0, probably, if you throw it into an array buffer. And then there goes everything. Everything breaks. Okay, so we're looking for match ended, right? Yeah, match ended. Okay, so we're really concerned only about this top case here is, I can get rid of all these comments once this actually works. And I copied these like pretty much word for word. And this is a 12-byte thing, right? Match ended 12 bytes. We did our, yeah. My opponent quit. False. True in this case. So I must have spelled something wrong here. Oh, match state. Yes, I did. And we're getting undefined. Guaranteed that's what it is. It's opponent.matchstate.mistakeCount. See that? Right here is what it's supposed to be. Opponent.matchstate.mistakeCount. Player.matchstate.opponent.matchstate.mistakeCount. How about all those dots? How about them dots? I don't know what I'm trying to say. All right, so that should have been all it was. Oh. Okay. So now let's do another 30-second game real quick here. Hey, we're down to 30 event listeners now only for some reason. So let's pop some bubbles. We're just flying here. Oh, okay. Let's go over here and pop some bubbles. Let's make a mistake or two. All right. We'll let the timer run out. Why are we still printing array buffers in the console? WebSockets wrapper 121, line 121. That's what it says. Okay, yes, we got some stats now. We can see our opponent popped 28 bubbles. So we can see this person popped 28 bubbles and the opponent popped 15. That sounds pretty good to me. 3 mistakes each. Just so happens. Make sure I didn't. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's just do another game real quick. Make sure those mistake counts are coming out correct, and that I didn't just make a bunch of mistakes on this player. And this guy will play a little bit here. Make a couple mistakes. Yeah, I made 2 mistakes. The other guy made 26. 26 and 2, 5, 4, 6, blah, 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 blah. Nice. That's looking good. All right. So why are we still logging stuff here? We can get rid of this. We can get rid of WebSockets wrapper 121. Oh, we are logging e.data. Okay. Oh, maybe we had 2 things printing. I thought there was like another incoming message queue.add, e.json parse. I'm going to get rid of that. Nice. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here. Get up the new toilet emote that's not live yet. Twitch is reviewing it. Don't worry. All right. We'll be right back after these short messages. All right, we are back. Okay. Can't wait to actually do some art for a game. That'll be fun. Maybe we can use the toilet in a game somewhere at some point. I do have another game idea in the works that I will probably be starting to work on once we kind of get, I mean, honestly, like Populus, sorry. Trace Racer was the old name, the old working title name for Populus. Populus is now kind of not too far from being done, you know, so it's almost time for me to start really looking at what I'm going to be doing next. So, I mean, I know there's a good bit of stuff left to do, but I mean, for the most part, you can play a multiplayer game right now and it works. There's going to be some more fancy back-end stuff and, you know, some rankings and that sort of thing. But honestly, that's not going to be that complicated to get that going. But, yeah, so. Is everything working now? Is everything done? Oh, the one thing, let's see, the one thing I want to fix. I want to fix this on the client side right now. Is if I don't, okay, so let me just play on this. If I don't play, if I don't do anything on this the other player's screen here, we end up with yeah, look at this. So this guy doesn't see the opponent's stuff at all. I would like the opponent to see 0, 0, and 0, but I don't know why none of that comes up. So let's look at, that's something to do with the stats object. Let's just take care of that right now because it's bugging me enough. Okay. I turn my space heater on. It's a little chilly down here in the basement. Normally, I mean, I always got to wear like a sweatshirt or something when I'm down here because it's just too cold. In the summer, even in the summer, it's pretty cool down here. But I don't think I'll wear a t-shirt when I'm down here. Maybe I do. Can't remember now. Summer was so long ago. All right. Okay. The stats, that's what we're doing. Sorry, it's been almost 5.5 hours. I haven't taken a break. I mean, I've used the John, but does that really count as a break? Okay. All right, so we got the stats logic right here. We set up some stat objects, and okay, so if we've got server stats, okay, is this the opponent? Okay. The bubbles popped. New stat. Okay, maybe stat. The stat object does something. Wow, I haven't looked at like this front end code in a while. Okay, so we've got, oh, that's the problem. Okay. We initialize opponent value to null, which I guess if we pass 0 in, it still is null. Let's test that out right now. Quokka.js, new JavaScript file. Okay. I like to use Quokka.js for just testing JavaScript things in VS Code. There's probably better things to use, but it lets me just do things like a quick. Actually, I kind of wish there's some things different about it, but I can create a function and it barks at me and tells me none of that stuff works because I didn't finish typing yet. Function something is going to have a variable a, and we're going to initialize it to null to start, right? And we're just going to print, we're going to CLG a. That's all we're going to do. Okay, so then we can go down here and say something. If I say something 1, then it prints 1. See that little 1 there? That's supposed to be it printing something. But then if we pass in 0, it's 0. Look at that. Oh, I bet you I know what I did. Okay, so never mind. So 0 is not. So if I pass nothing, then it comes in as null. Or if I pass in undefined, it's null. Or if I pass in null, it's null. If I pass in blank string. No, blank string is just empty string. Okay. Okay, so that's not the problem then. This part is fine. The opponent value equals null is fine. We're passing in 0. At least we should be passing in 0. We must be doing, okay, this is the problem here. So I'm doing opponent value text. So this dot opponent value, I'm checking if it's something, but it's 0. So we just need to do if opponent value is not null now, we actually just need to do an explicit, oh, what? I'm typing the wrong key. Is not equal null. Because it could be 0. So basically, when this was 0, it would be false. And then we would do null and then nothing. So now, opponent value has to be explicitly null. That's JavaScript for you, folks. Okay. There we go. Let's refresh. Let's start a game here. Come on. Let's get her going. All right, so on this, I'm going to play on this player here a bunch. Oh, but we're not going to touch the other player. Just so we know we've got some 0 stats coming through. I should have changed the time from 30 seconds to like 5 seconds, but whatever. Gives me a chance to practice popping bubbles. Oh, okay. I do need some practice. All right, there we go. Screwing up. There we go. That looks good. Okay, so now it's all 0s here, but that's exactly what we want. The other player popped 0 bubbles. I know that my debug printing texts are over the top of this. Don't worry about it. So we've got 0 bubbles popped. We've got 0 pops per second and 0 mistakes, right? So that's good. So now okay. I was just doing some future thinking here. I need to really start organizing my tasks, my little roadmap for getting to an actual live version of multiplayer. Okay. All right, I'm trying to think of what we really need to target now. So we've got maybe I should just to be good for now. Maybe I can do the yeah, let's just finish up our other game mode. Oh, well, I can clean up some comments now on the client, which is nice. So we can get rid of these. Oh, actually, what is this to do here? If the player quits during countdown, match ended will fire on client before match started. Player quits during countdown. Okay, so we need to. Yeah, okay, so that's something that needs to be fixed. Yes, because we're going to send match ended. Maybe there's like I'm trying to think if there's like some sort of flag or something we could do to check. So if we get match ended, well, okay, I don't need to worry about this too much at this exact moment. We will need to do like a pass and just go over all the to-dos and everything though, and just see what's important before we go live with the version. Because that's something that I think, yeah, we could probably get away with not doing, but because the countdown's just, you know, a second and a half, I think it's just the 3, 2, 1. The one thing, okay, actually, never mind. All right, we're going to go to, let's, sorry, my mind is just flooding with ideas right now. And I'm not, there's just a bunch of things. There's just a bunch of things that would be cool to do. But we just got to crunch through here. Oh, the one thing, okay, so the one thing we were going to do was, wait a minute, I'm losing track of what I was trying to do. We just cleaned up that code. This is fine. I want to test, I did want to test quitting the middle of the match to make sure that that works with our new schema. Whoops, there we go. There we go, 3, 2, 1. So if I like pop some bubbles, and maybe this guy pops a few bubbles, and then this guy quits. Opponent quit, there we go. Everything looks fine. They could go in queue again, 3, 2, 1. Nice. Okay. All right. There was something else. Something else I was going to... Oh, right. What we were working on was... Well, let me say this one thing that I think is pretty cool. That I keep getting hooked up on. So I had this little thing, this commented out chunk of code here. I was using I was writing some stuff to disk here, if you can tell. FS, append file sync. So on the server, I was actually basically keeping track of the history, the timestamps of the bubbles being popped and everything. And I was thinking it'd be really cool. I was doing that for like taking metrics kind of thing, just like look at some data of bubbles popping and kind of like basically some stats kind of thing. But I'd dump all the data into a CSV so I could just pop it into Excel or pop it into Google Sheets or whatever and just look at it. So I was thinking it would be cool to like maybe parse, maybe do like just get some general stats. So just look at like some general human stats. And maybe actually start logging all the mouse movements too. Just for my development, that wouldn't be for the real live site, but I would just like measure my mouse movements during a game and then just look at the stats, like kind of look at, maybe 1,000 hertz mouse or whatever, just a bunch of different cases, just kind of run a bunch of different test cases and kind of log all those into a spreadsheet and then just kind of be able to parse through and just look at the data and everything. That would be cool to look at and see. And that would be helpful in potentially writing a bot to play the game, because that's something I might be doing, is kind of writing some bots. Yeah. So anyway, let's do. Let's finish up the commands for the shared bubble mode, because we basically didn't do that. There's a couple other things that the server will send to the clients when playing shared bubble mode. I believe the clients won't send any additional data to the server, but the server will manage a couple extra things. So basically we've got... Okay, this is shared bubble mode right here. All right, so let's look at this send command thing. So we should only have 4 send commands, but it looks like we got a couple more. Send player's command, yeah, we can get rid of this. Player quit. Yeah, we can get rid of that. That's old. Okay, so we've got these 4 send commands, and then we've got, whoops. The cursor out of play thing. I don't know what to do about this, really. I guess we'll leave this. All right, so we've got another send commands. Okay, that we can delete this line now. Everything looks good. Sweet. All right, so let's go up to the shared bubble mode right now. And this one's a little different because a player pops a bubble. The bubble exists for both players. So what we can do is, and again, this isn't like an actual game. I mean, it is a game mode, but it's not. I've kind of have it in there for development and experimenting purposes only, just like for kind of gameplay experimenting. Is the only reason why I have the mode, and I kind of wanted to keep the code around just in case I decided like maybe I'll do something more with it. But for right now, we're not doing anything with it. So other than I'd like to at least maintain it and keep it running so that if I want to test with it, I can test with it very easily. So I have it set so basically I just have to come in here and do shared bubble mode in my config file, change that to true, and then it just works. Like the server restarts and it just works. And the clients, same thing, they just work with the game mode, with the new shared bubble mode. So I kind of have if statements everywhere to say if shared bubble mode, then do this thing, otherwise do this other thing. And that's kind of annoying and messy. And I have this whole chunk of duplicated code because of that, but whatever. It's fine for now. For the sake of testing gameplay things, it's fine. So let's do, okay, so I need to change these send commands because obviously player.send command doesn't exist anymore. We need to, okay, so we've got this bubble popped thing, and I don't think we typed this out into our whatchamacallit yet. Yeah, so let's change this. So we're gonna change, this is gonna be bubble popped. And this will be something amount of bytes, or I'll say we'll call this shared bubble mode. And And then we're going to send a certain amount of bytes. So we kind of need to do the analysis here of how many bytes it's going to be. So the message itself is going to be 2 bytes. So that's just the message, the integer itself that's going to be saying bubble popped. Because the client is always expecting 16-bit commands. So 2 bytes, 16 bits, if I did my math correctly. So you popped, that's a Boolean, true, false, I popped the bubble or not. So we'll just leave it as a 2-byte Boolean as we've already been doing, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. 2 bytes, and then we have new target ID, which is also 2 bytes. Oh, I remember the other thing we needed to test. Yes, I have it written down already. We need to test that 256 bubble limit. I wanna do that. Okay, so we should just have a 6-byte array here. That should be all we have. So the message, you popped, new target ID. So we're going to go to our config, and we are going to do, where is that? WS. We're going to have, yeah, we've already got the command for it, which is nice. Note, I'm going to get rid of that. We don't have that anymore. That's 7. Okay. Oh, we need to do this thing. So I'm going to do bubble popped. This is a 6, right? Shared bubble mode. Right? Did we say 6? Yeah, 6 bytes. And I guess technically we could do, you know what? We'll shrink this down. We'll do 2, and then we'll do you popped, and then we'll do 1 byte. So we'll do 5 bytes. We could do it. How about that? We're shaving a byte off. So you pop's a Boolean at the end, which is just 1 byte. Boolean really is 1 bit, but it doesn't really work that way. That we can just send 1 bit. I just thought of something. We could get all fancy with like some flags, and we could maybe, like, since the message is full 16 bits, maybe we could like pack Booleans into this. It's like the first like certain bits would be for the message, and then like the other half of the bits would be like other things, like you popped or something. That'd be kind of cool, but not really. That'd be cool, but we don't need to worry about that. We're talking about shaving off 1 byte here. Okay, so no, you know what? No, I'm not going to do. We are going to make this 2 bytes. We're going to make this 6. That way I don't have to open up as many views on the data, because there's always already the 1 view open, and that's all we need then. So that's fine. Because otherwise we'd have to open a uint8 array on that, which I feel like has some sort of overhead from what I could see. So we're just going to leave it as 2 bits. 2 bytes. Okay, so we've got the 6 bytes, shared bubble mode. That is great. We need to set up a buffer for that, which we could just do an if statement, I guess, for it, maybe. I guess we can just do bubble popped. And I guess we can do if shared bubble mode. Do we need to do that? This config dot match dot shared bubble mode. Then we do that. Else we just set null maybe. Okay, so then we would just do buffer dot alloc, and we do config dot ws dot command buffers dot bubble popped. That is the 6. Okay, so I guess technically this one would be opponent target bubble changed. Let's do a search for that here. Opponent, or send opponent if we're not in shared bubble mode, and then if we're not in shared bubble mode otherwise. Okay, so that would let's do that as well. So if we're not shared bubble mode, then we do this one. Else null, I guess, or undefined. I don't know. I don't know what we should do for that. That's JavaScript for you. You never know what you're actually supposed to do with that kind of stuff. We just, it's kind of stupid anyway. It's like, I don't even know if we really need to care or check about that. It's just kind of like, whatever. I'm just feel like I'm trying to be more, I don't know. So bubble popped. Okay, so is there another one that we're supposed to have? What is it on the client here? Bubble popped. No, that's it. Bubble popped. That's all we really care about. Cursor out of play is kind of going to go away. All right, so we just need to go back to the match wherever we do this send command. Okay, so this needs to be changed basically. What I'm going to do, we're going to have player pop the bubble. So we're going to do this dot out buffers dot bubble popped. Yeah. We're not going to have another one there for now. Oh boy. Okay, so out buffers dot bubble popped dot fill 0. And then we're going to do this dot out buffers. All right, there's something where we're doing bubble. Oh, this is. Oh, we're doing more bubbles here. Okay, so we need to switch over to using the new thing for that too. Okay, so this dot out buffers dot bubble pop dot fill it with zeros, and then we're going to have. What, we've got a message. It's 2 bytes, so we're going to do bubble popped dot write int 16le, and then we're going to write that thing at address 0. Okay, so this will be config dot ws dot server commands dot bubble popped. Did I actually add one for this? Yeah, bubble popped. Alphabetize them. That's kind of annoying. So that's 0, and then there's, so that, offset 0, then offset 2, and then offset 4. New target ID and you popped true false. Okay, so that was. So we're going to do something here at 2, then we're going to do something here at 4. Now, Oh, right. That's if that's this player. Okay. So we're going to fill. Okay. So this is what's going to happen. We need to send this same buffer to both players, just with the Boolean switched. So for the player, we're going to do a true, a 1. We're just going to do a 1. And then we are going, okay, so that's good. And then for the target, and that would just be this dot target bubble. Wait, am I doing this in the right order now? No, uPopped is last. Okay, so this needs to be this dot target bubble ID, and then this one is just going to be 1. And then we send that. We're going to do player.send command. Well, not player.send command, but we're going to do this dot player.ws.send command, send ws.send, and then the data, this dot outbuffers dot bubble popped. Okay, so we send that to the player who popped the bubble, and this is going to say you popped true, because it's somebody popped the bubble. Both players are popping the same exact set of bubbles. So either you popped it or I popped it. Either you, my opponent, popped it, or I popped the bubble, right? So in this case, the player object is the player who popped the bubble. So we can set that to true in this case. Then all we need to do is set a 2. Let's change it to 2, or let's change it to 0, I mean. So we would then do this dot, okay, so we send it to that, and then we do this dot outbuffers dot bubble popped dot write int 16 LE. We write a 0 then at that uPopped thing, and then we send it to the opponent. So we do player dot match state dot opponent. Oh my goodness, that opponent dot ws dot send this dot outbuffers dot bubble popped. Brilliant, I think. We'll see. Okay, so that's the old ones. They're gone. So we first fill out the full buffer, those 6 bytes, and then that last byte is the 6 bytes. The last 2 bytes there is just our Boolean, whether you popped or not, and the player object is the one who popped the bubble, so that's going to be true, or just a 1 in this case. We send that to that player. Then we change that 1. We keep the same buffer, basically. We just keep everything the same, except we just change that last one to 0 and then send that off to the opponent. That's it. That's all we do. And I believe we are using that uPopped thing, aren't we? uPopped message, uPopped server popped bubble. Are we doing it? Server popped bubble. Who's listening to server popped bubble? There it is. uPopped. No, we're not using uPopped at all. I just did all that for nothing? You got to be kidding me. All right. I'm outraged. Okay, so okay. Just take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath. A deep breath. I'm just kidding. I'm fine. All right. I'm just trying to think about what I need to do next, because there's one more thing here. Here's the more bubbles. So we need to replace this. In this case, we're always sending more bubbles to both players. So we need to do this whole shebang again. And this is nice because we can just do this once and then send it to both players. So we can do this, and that's pretty much it, I think. Okay, so we go here. Oh yeah, and I want to get rid of the get client format thing because we don't need that anymore. In fact, I stopped using it here. So we can just do, let's look at what we need to do. So we do bubbles. Okay, so we can get rid of that. At some point we generated the bubble, I guess. Where did we actually do that? Oh, set the next bubble to in play. Oh, and then here we generate a bubble. Here we actually generate the bubble if needed, or which I guess always is needed. Then, yeah, we just say, we'll just say const last bubble, and that's just going to equal this dot bubbles dot id minus 1. Oh, actually, I can just do const. We can do const last bubble or new bubble. Let's just say new bubble. So we'll do bubble blah 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 blah, blah dot create, and so we do new bubble. We push new bubble, and then we're going to use new bubble. What? Unexpected token. Oh, down here. Okay. So now let's get rid of this. Well, hang on a second here. Oh boy. It's not what I wanted. What did I change now? All right, I'm just going to get rid of this. Okay, so we generate the new bubble. We push the new bubble. Okay, this dot bubbles dot push new bubble. This dot players dot for each player. Then we set push on the new state, or give the new states for the players. Want to become famous? Buy followers. Absolutely. Okalakawa. Who comes up with these names? Sia Okalakawa. That is kind of a cool name. Even if it was generated by a bot. Okalakawa 1012. Yeah, right. Okay. So we got the new bubble. And then we're just going to do new bubble. We're going to get rid of the need for yes. Look at that. Getting rid of all that text. Doesn't that feel good? Just makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside. Okay. So our new bubbles. Our new bubble. We just have one bubble. We're just doing one. We generate it up here. That was already going. We just put it into a variable now instead of just pushing the output of the create right on to the bubbles array. But now we actually put it in a variable there so we can push it, and then we're going to use that new bubble for this. And then here's where we're doing the oh, did I copy that already? Player.ws.send. Okay. So then next bubble. Yeah, okay. That's it. And then we don't need to modify the buffer at all for each player. It's the identical buffer. So then we do player.matchState.opponent.ws.send. This.outBuffers.nextBubble. Look at that. That should be it. And if that works, and what did we do up here? This was the bubble popped message. Right. Okay, so now just on the client, we need to actually set that up, or set up the bubble popped message properly. Yeah, I didn't even end up using this upopped thing. I don't know. We'll have to revisit that at some point. So now for bubble popped, we can change this to config.ws.server commands.bubblepopped. And let's do a proper, whoa. Just bracket off our, brace off, block off our case there. Okay, so the event emitter.emit, this is fine. Server popped a bubble. Ugh, that's conflicts names with other things. Server popped a bubble, that's good. So we got the new target ID and the upopped message. Okay, so those are just going to be from our uint16. So new target ID is simply, let's just duplicate this to be safe. We're going to do, I'm going to copy this. So message uint, let me make sure. Message, what does it come in from up here? What do we declare up here? Message uint, okay. So we've got, this will now be message uint address, right? Okay, so this message, then new target ID, and then upopped. Okay, so new target ID is offset 2, which would be element 1 of a 16-byte array, bit array, 16. So upopped is now going to be offset 2. Brilliant. Pelly Hirmu 247. What's going on? Pelly Hirmu. Pelly. How about just Pelly? Is that all right? What's going on, Pelly? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Well, my friend messed up. Your friend messed up? What does that mean? All right, this should be good here. Let's try shared bubble mode then here. Let's see what happens. Shared bubble mode. How do I do that? Yeah, here we go. Config. Where is it? Shared bubble mode. Come on. There it is. Set it to true. I don't know what's going to happen because there might have been something I did with shared bubble mode that was breaking it the other day. I don't remember. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yes, he managed to delete files. I luckily had a copy of them. I'm glad you did, Pelly. Yeah, that's pox on your friend there for screwing up with your files. Luckily, you did have a copy of them. Yes, yes. Well, Pelly, since you're, I guess you're new here. There would have gone 2 years of game developing. 2 years, yikes. What kind of game you working on, Pelly? Are you working on a game with your friend, I guess? Yeah, since I haven't seen you around here before, I'll just plug the game right here in the game I'm working on right now. It's an actual mess. Oh, I gotcha. Well, sorry about that, but I'm sure it's fine. You're probably selling yourself short. Thanks for the follow, Pelly. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Oops, misclick. You mean you didn't mean to follow? Yeah, so I threw the game down there in the chat. It's a website game I'm working on. It's called Populus. It's live right now on populus.gg. I meant to follow. Gotcha. Yeah, I was just making a joke that you accidentally clicked the follow button or something. Wouldn't be the first time somebody accidentally clicked the follow button. They follow me and then say, whoops, I didn't mean to do that, and then immediately unfollow. I'm just kidding. I don't think anyone's done that, but it's possible. So yeah, so my game Populus .gg. It's live right now. I'm always a memer type of guy. I gotcha. Yeah, so it's a game where you pop bubbles. Right now I'm working on multiplayer. If you go to the populus.gg right now, it's just single player only, and there's a tutorial. But basically you pop bubbles. It's very simple. You just pop the bubbles as they appear here on the side. So you pop this green one first. So to pop a bubble, you just hover your mouse over it. You press the space bar or click or something like that. So now we're going for this dark green one. Now this blue one. You're just kind of trying to see how fast you can go. And that's pretty much all there is to it, honestly. Yeah, there's not... Sorry to say, it's not very exciting. And then at the end, you'll see some stats. You know, you pop 35 bubbles in 30 seconds. 1.167. Great job. Made 2 mistakes. So, yeah, that's pretty much all there is. The tutorial should hopefully work. No, I know the tutorial works. But what I mean is hopefully work to teach you how to play the game. It's not like there's bugs or something. But what happens if I quit? Yeah, then we're fine. Okay. But yeah, I'm working on multiplayer right now. One-on-one, basically just a one-on-one thing. And I'm about to test another multiplayer game mode that I've been working on. Beckitty, good job. Thank you, Beckitty, as always. Beckitty's my wife, so she likes to say good job just to kind of give me that little morale boost, you know. She's a good wife, so. But as an Pelly, as an example, reaction speed for some people, aim on FPS games. Yes, yes. Yeah, that's kind of where I came up with the idea from, because I like FPSs and fast arena kind of FPSs and lots of high skill, you know. So that's kind of the inspiration for the game for the most part. Kind of an aim trainer kind of thing, like you're kind of getting at there. But yeah, you said you're working on a 2D sandbox platform jumper. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. What are you building it from scratch or using an engine or something like that? What you building it in? On or whatever. Platform, engine, whatever. Building from scratch. Nice, nice. I like it. So like just a native, you're like building it in C or C++ kind of thing then? Like native desktop? I like to say I'm building this game from scratch. I mean, it's a web browser game, so it's, you know, can't really be from scratch, but for the most part. C++, cool, awesome. I would like to, for my next game, I'd like to do it in C, actually. Maybe probably C and C++ a little bit, but probably mostly C based. But that's cool. That's cool. I like it. So by sandbox, you mean like kind of just there's stuff to do that you kind of just screw around with yourself, like you build stuff or something like that? I don't know. Sandbox means a lot of things, I guess. Well, it's yet to be categorized. I gotcha. So you're doing like OpenGL or something for the graphics, or just for like software rendering, maybe? I would like to do software rendering when I start doing my next game in C++. I'm kind of on the side right now, working a little bit on trying to do some sort of software rendering, but I know that's kind of maybe an old school thing, but my friend deals with the graphics. Gotcha. Okay. So you're kind of doing gameplay programming, that kind of thing is what you're focusing on more. All right, actually, I think where we just left off right now is I just changed our shared bubble mode to true, and we're going to try it and see if it works. We are really going to try it and see if it works now. Yeah, gotcha. All right, so we're trying shared bubble mode. Let's see what happens. Okay, no errors. Let's see what happens if we pop a bubble. It works. I can't believe it worked, actually. I thought something else was broken. All right, so there it is working. That looked kind of weird. Let's go over here and pop some. The numbers and stuff don't work. On the UI stuff doesn't work right now. Okay. That's looking good. I like it. All right, so shared bubble mode is it's back in business now. So I don't think we're ever actually going to use shared bubble mode, but it's there for my development experiment, my gameplay experimentation purposes. Cool. Can't program that much these days, though. Got uni. School, you're saying? University? Is that what uni is? Sorry. I'm bad with uni equals university. Gotcha. I'm bad with acronyms, let's just say. Or short abbreviations. Abbreviations that have to deal with lingo. I usually don't know. I don't know what they are. All right, so shared bubble mode's working now. What are you studying at in school, Pelly? Are you from? I would guess you're maybe not from America. Some datanomics and stuff. Oh, okay, nice. Finland, gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say most Americans don't say university usually. We say college. So that's what usually tips me off if somebody says, "Oh, I'm in university." Usually Americans don't say that. We say I'm in college or something like that. I mean, like university is part of the college name, you know, like something university, but we don't say, we say college versus saying I'm in university. So nice. Finland, I like it. Got a few other Nordic people that like to watch. Actually, another guy from Finland who hops in from time to time. And there's Weemy to go. He's from Sweden. So maybe I'm grouping you all together. I'm grouping all the Nordic people together there. Finland's a good country. Sounds like it. I do have a little Finnish blood in me, actually. I think like my grandma's side, my maternal grandmother's side. So I got a little I don't know, I like to play guitar. I like to play metal guitar, so maybe that's the Finnish blood coming through there. All right, so we fixed that thing, and now I remember what we wanted to do now. The 256 bubble limit. I want to see what happens when we actually try to pop 256 bubbles. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to try to pop 256 bubbles. So in order to do that, I need way more than 30 seconds. Way more than 30 seconds. We're going to go 300 seconds, so 10 times just for right now, for testing. We're no longer in shared bubble mode, right? Yeah, we're shared bubble mode. False. Okay, good. I mean, I guess actually it wouldn't really matter if I was in shared bubble mode right now or not, but I don't want it right now. All right, so we're going to pop 256 bubbles. We're going to see what breaks, how it breaks. And the server should actually crash. Finnish sauna games are fun. Sauna games. I know that I've heard of like Finnish. I know like saunas are a big deal in the snow and everything. And then, I don't know, I saw something on, I don't remember where that was, about something about saunas in Finland. All right, so we're going full on 256 bubbles. I should probably go a little faster maybe. This is actually kind of cool playing for this long. Maybe we should make the time 1 minute instead of oh. All right. So actually, I already know what's going to happen here once I pop 250. Once the server tries to send the 256th bubble, it's going to crash because it's going to try to address, it's going to try to pass a 256 as the offset, or not the offset, as a value for our 8-bit integer, our unsigned 8-bit integer, and that's going to break it. Okay, so all right, where are we at here? We're at 159. It's taking way too long. There's probably a better way I could do this, because I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again in like a minute here. And then I'm going to completely remove the need for, so I don't, it's just the experimenting part of my head that wants to, and I think I saw another chat pop up, so from Pelly there, but I can't quite, I want to do this before I make sure I blow out the, well, we're not even half over on the time here, our 300 seconds. All right, 234, we're getting there, we are getting there. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we've generated down here. We've already generated 246, because that's right. That's right. We're generating 8 ahead of what we've got here. So we are at now 239. Oh, no, wait a minute. We've generated 247. So do a couple more. We're at 250. Okay, 252. And then we're going to have a crash in, oh, we're at 255. We generated bubble 255. As soon as I pop this one, server's going down. Look at that. Just hard crash. We're kicked out of WebSockets. That's cool. Okay. I already knew that was going to happen, actually. We have one related to our national anthem where every S we throw water and sing our national anthem. Hey, that sounds pretty, that sounds kind of fun. Sounds very patriotic, too. I like it. I like it. Okay. All right. So I already knew that this was going to happen. I don't know why I just spent like however much time trying to pop. Is this timer still going down? Or is it frozen? It's moving so slow if it is. I think it is going down. Yeah, it definitely is going down, right? That's so crazy. Yeah, this is going down, isn't it? Look at that. Is it going down or did it like break and freeze? I guess we hit an exception, so. It's going down. It's getting smaller, right? It's going so slow that I like can't tell. Yeah, it's getting smaller. It's way smaller than it was before. It was like up here. Trust me, you don't want to do it when you throw water on every vocal. Yeah, look at that. The timer's down there. It's just moving so slowly. Even though we've got all these errors now. Because the server crashed. Okay, so I already knew the server was going to blow up when we did that. The one thing is, I'm thinking we should use a 16-bit integer, and we should probably do something to the first two words has many vocals. Vocal, you're saying that's like the sound where you say on every S you throw water. So it's just a bunch of water going everywhere. Okay. I forgot what my one solution was going to be for this. Do we just skip? Do we just not do this? I kind of wanted to see here. Let's look at this match here where we generate the new bubbles. Ooh, we kind of have to do that on. We do have to technically do that on the. Here as well. Okay, so the ID, this is our problem. We have the write uint 8 new bubble ID. So we're passing in an 8-bit integer. And we probably need to bump that up to 16. I think. Yeah, anyways, I'm heading to bed. It is 12:17 a.m. 0:17. Yeah, that's getting late. That's getting late for you, Pelly. I don't blame you. Take it easy. Get some rest, you know. Get back to that get to that studying tomorrow or whatever, get to that school and then get to working on the game. That's what it's all for anyway, isn't it? Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Pelly. I appreciate it. I'm glad I learned a little bit about Finland's sauna games. It's pretty interesting. All right. So, oh man, we're already going almost 6.5 hours here. Okay. Well, yeah, we got a few more things we're going to do. We're going to take care of today. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, so what I was thinking is that actually, you know what, and what we could probably get away with using. So for the match started, we've been using an ID for the bubble that's 1 byte. So we've been using a uint 8 for the match started bubble IDs, just so we can kind of have this nice alignment, because the JavaScript 16-bit thing doesn't let you align to an odd number of byte or a non-multiple of 2. So basically, you have to have an offset for your 16-bit array. That's at least a 2, a multiple of 2. So that's stupid. They have that, but again, JavaScript. You can't just do whatever you want with the data. So that's why I'm hacking it there. Not hacking it, but I'm just avoiding that by giving us this nice solid even number of bytes per bubble then. Because we have an RGB value those are just bytes. because it's just a number between 0 and 255 inclusive. And then we just did that for the ID. And that's fine because we'd never generate 256 bubbles up front. So I think we can actually keep this, keep this for our match started thing. So we generate the 8 bubbles. We can keep them in this format. But just for any subsequent bubbles, which would be this next bubble message, this is where we should stop using 1 byte IDs. And in this case, we're just sending one thing. So actually the alignment doesn't matter. I can put the, it doesn't matter after this point. So I can do, what I should do is move the ID. I think we're going to do this right here. We're going to move the ID up to here. So right after the message, we're going to have the ID. And yeah, I know it doesn't match everything else, but we'll do actually a 16-bit ID there. That'll be offset 2. This will be offset 4. This will be offset 6. This will be offset 8. This will be offset 10. This will be offset 11. This will be offset 12. Yes, so now we've got 13 bytes for our next bubble message, which is fine. It's kind of annoying, but it's okay. So now we need to go to our config file. Make sure that 13 bytes is in there. Otherwise, the program's not going to know what's going on. So next bubble, we'll change that to 13. And now we've got the ability to do, well, no. Okay, hang on. Not yet. Not yet. So then on the, in here in the match, now we need to do, we're going to move this up. So we're going to go up all the way to here. And this is going to be right int 16 LE. Right? This will be new bubble ID. And this is going to be 2. And this is going to be 4. And this is going to be 6. This is going to be 8. And this is going to be 10. And this is going to be 11. And this is going to be 12. Brilliant. And I need to do the same thing down here. We're going to move the ID up. And this is going to be an int 16 LE. Int, uint, doesn't really matter in this case. We're never going to have anywhere near that many bubbles. I'm probably going to have, in fact, I'm probably going to have like a hard physical cap on bubbles. So we're probably going to have just kind of as an extra like little bot detection measure just to like make sure somebody's not, you know. So we'll probably have like 1,000 bubble limit for a whole game or something like that, or something that's really high that humans would never really hit, but just as like a hard limit to make sure somebody can't generate like 1,000,000 bubbles. And obviously that wouldn't work because we're using a signed 16-bit integer anyway. So I guess this would throw an error if I pass something above 32,767. Is that the top? Is that the top? Is that the top signed integer value there? Let's do 2 to the 6. What? 2 to the 16 divided by 2 minus 1. Yeah, 32,767. I got it. Rainy Dash, have all the bubbles. Yeah, I think you got the idea, Rainy Dash. You got it. 32,000 bubbles. That's what we'll have. That's technically the limit right now. So 32,767 to be precise. Otherwise, the server would crash if we go above that. So I'm going to need to put something in there to kind of ensure that something bad doesn't happen. Okay, so we didn't quite finish what we were doing here. So we've got right in 16 LE. So we're going to change this to 2 now, and we're going to bump all these other ones up by 2. So 4, then 6, then 8, then 10, then 11, then, 11, then 12. And this is 10, 11, 12 because these are 1 bytes here, single bytes. And these other ones are 2 bytes. I do know how to count by 2s, I think. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. But then I know 11's not next when you count by 2s, but it's because the last thing was a 8-bit integer, not a 16-bit. So in theory now, we've got 32,767 bubbles that we can have. if we really wanted. So let's just play again, try to pop 250 something bubbles and just make sure that, oh, we didn't do it on the client yet. Hang on. Hold the phone. Okay, so this part's fine. We don't need to change that. Here's where we need to change it. Rainy dash, that's very precise. Yes, it is. The reason is because I'm using a 16-bit number for the bubble IDs. So that's why. That's basically like a 16-bit number. I can fit a certain amount of, basically all my bubbles, all the bubbles have to have a single number ID to them, so that the first bubble is 0. It's just number 0, ID 0. Next bubble is 1. Bubble after that is 2, then 3. And would you guess it? The one after that is 4. And so on and so forth up until, whatever. But since I'm using a 16-bit, that's a physical space in memory that the computer uses to store that ID. So like there's a limit to it, right? It's 16 bits in size. So if you do 2 to the 16th, that's going to give you the number of values, of unique values you can have. But what I'm doing is I'm using what's called a signed 16-bit integer, which means half of the values go to the negative side too. So 0, you basically have to divide this number by 2 then, because it'll go up to 32,700, actually, and not 768. It'll go up to that -1. So it'll go up to that number -1. So it's going to go up to 32,767 and all the way down to negative 32,768. I know that sounds weird, but yeah, because computers, at the end of the day, they're still using, we like to think computers are these digital things and virtual and everything nothing's real. But no, computers are using real physical memory and physical positions for things and physical space, right? So, your computer's got 16 gigs of memory, 8 gigs of memory. That's real physical RAM that's in there that gets used. So you've got a certain amount of physical space that you're using for something. So that's why we've got that very precise number. And in this case, just the way that this works, if I actually try to write one more ID than that, if I try to write a number bigger than that into this buffer that gets sent down to the browser with the new bubble, if I do that, and then it breaks, it crashes. So yeah. But I don't want to ever even let that happen. There's no reason why 32,000 bubbles should be generated ever in a 30-second game. Maybe if we have a 24-hour game or something, maybe. But yes. So now I want to test the 256 bubble thing. So let's go. Oh. Oops, I didn't do the client yet. Hang on. Slow her down there. I started to do the client thing and then I stopped. Okay, so this can no longer be message u. This needs to be message u int or message int 16, and this is going to be. Oh no. We do the. Wait. What am I doing on here? Write int 16 LE. They're all int 16s. Message int 16. Is that okay? Is it okay that I use that? It needs to be int there, but all right, this is fine. So then this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3, and this is 4, and this is what? That's 8. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then this would be 10, 11, and then 12. All right, I got all those right. I think I can count. Rainy, I'm trying to become more educated on specs, but I'm basically technologically illiterate. One of those people that can name my specs, but I can't tell you what they mean. Yeah, no worries, no worries. No, it's good that you're trying to learn more about that. Yeah, computer specs. I think that's always good knowledge to have, for sure. Yes. All right. So we're going for the full-blown marathon here. 256 bubbles in 300 seconds. We've got a 300-second timer going. I just did that because, okay, we still got a problem. Byte length of uint16 array should be a multiple of 2. It is. Come on. Byte. What is this? Line 39? Come on. Come on. 39. Oh. What? 39. No. It can't be. It's JavaScript. I can't even have an array that's not a multiple of 2 if I'm going to open a uint16 array view on it. This is awful. Okay. Wow. Who thought that was a good idea? Who on technical committee, whatever that technical committee was, who came up with that idea and thought it was a good thing? TC39 or whatever it's called. Technical committee. I'm calling him. I'm calling in. Why can't I just look at I can do it in Node. You can do it in Node all you want. It's fine. Nobody cares. I just look at the bytes the way I want to look at them. The bits. The bits. The bytes? Well, we'll go with bytes. Technically, it's bytes. All right, so what did we do here? Let's look at this thing. So we did 13 bytes, so that's just not, we can't do that. We can't do some odd number. Basically, a non-multiple of 2. So the only other thing is then we add in a padding byte on the end, padding. And we just do, I mean, it could be alpha. It could be an alpha channel if we ever do color alpha. So we have RGBA, but we're never going to do that. I don't think. All right, so this needs to be just some padding byte. Just 1 byte of padding it. Okay, yes. All right, so this can then change back to 14. Or no, it was at 12 before because we were being very nice and packing everything tightly and everything. But we got to change it to 14 now. It's 14 bytes. And then, okay, so then we're just going to fill in a 0. Oh, I don't think I need to do anything on the server then because it'll fill in the gaps itself, right? I think that's all I needed to do, actually. Just change that to 14. This'll do a 14 byte buffer, and then that's what the client expects. Okay. That should be all we needed to do, I think. So let's try. All right, we're going for the 256 bubble marathon. Yes, it works now. Okay. So 256 bubbles. Let's go. Whoops. Okay. Oh boy. $127, halfway there. Come on. I'm not going very fast, but it's kind of like, I don't know. I could be going faster for sure. Some of these are so small though. Getting a lot of, oh, there's some bigger ones there. Come on. $211. Oh boy. $248. By this point, we've already hit the limit. We are still going. There we go. 250. We're only at 253, but the server's always generating 8 bubbles ahead. So now the server's already generated bubble 262. So if we just keep going, let's just keep going. Let's see how many we can get in. I don't want to wait 300 seconds actually. Oh boy. What is that? 300 seconds is 5 minutes. I don't want to play for 5 minutes. Although it is kind of fun. Okay. Oh boy. All right, so that's good. We've got 16-bit whatever working now. Okay. I like it. Now, there does need to be some sort of hard limit, again, because I don't want, you know, for bots or whatever. I'm going to have some extra layers of bot protection, we'll say, before that. But I think having our hard 16-bit signed 16-bit integer thing will be good. I love that this is counting down so slowly that you just like, you can't even tell that it's moving barely. Like just barely. You can see the line get kind of fuzzy because it's kind of like doing interpolation as the line goes down. So you kind of like see some pixels that, like the other pixels above, are kind of like a little faded blue. Anyway. Wow, that was 350 bubbles. Whew. And we only sent 106,000 bytes. Only 106,000 bytes in that whole time. That's awesome. We were playing for a really long time. Actually, yeah, let's refresh the server here. Whoops. Okay. Let's test that amount again, because there was one point in time where we were sending a bunch of bytes. So I'm just gonna play hard for. Oh, we're back at the 300 seconds. Yeah, 300 seconds. We want to go just to 30 seconds here. All right, let's play. So I'm just gonna kind of play normal. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. We only sent 20K. 20,000 bytes in that full 30 seconds. That's pretty good. Not too bad. Not too shabby. All right. All right. So the one thing I think that would be, well, at this point we're already up to almost our 7 hours here, so maybe we're going to be shutting things down in a bit. But let's look at the spreadsheet thing again here, or the CSV file. Actually, I don't even have Excel on this computer, believe it or not. But we can at least look at the CSV itself. I don't think it would be too crazy looking. Maybe it would be. All right, so I have, basically, I have a little thing here on the server to write, you guys hear that? I think my cat is up there dragging something around on the tile floor. All right, so we're writing a CSV file, a comma-separated values file, right? It's like a spreadsheet. It's a very simple version of a spreadsheet. A plain text version of a spreadsheet, if you will. Yeah, I did this a while ago, and I think everything should still work. So let's just play a game and see what happens. In fact, let's just change. We'll change the time to 10 seconds, just to make it a little less crazy. So now, if we play a game, if I pop some bubbles here, and then we go to this player and pop some bubbles, maybe. Let's see what happens. Okay. Time's up. So now the server should have generated a CSV file somewhere. Where does it? Debug output. Okay, so we've got a debug output folder. Bubblepops.csv. I hope. There we go. Now, did I? Oh, okay, here we go. All right, so player. All right, so this is I like I said, I don't have. I guess I could open this in Google Sheets, but it's not that big a deal. So we've got. Maybe we could just make this slightly more readable with like. What happens if we do find a comma and maybe replace with a space, space, comma, space? Just give us a little more room. Yeah, that's maybe just a little nicer to look at. Okay. So we've got kind of three columns here, and the first column is player, so that's 0 is player 1, and then 1 is player 2. And these are each player's bubble pops, or bubble states. Well, okay, all it is, okay, so then it's the player, so we've got 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then we got 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then we've got bubble, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 20, and then same thing for this player, 0, 1, 20, and then it's got the timestamp for when that player popped the bubble. So timestamp for however long the match was running. So the first player popped the first bubble 2 seconds after the match started running. And the other player started at about 6 seconds because I was playing with the one player, popped a bunch, right? And I popped all the way up till 4 seconds worth. And then we popped a bunch here. So what I want to do is kind of like what I would like to do is kind of have a bunch of stats that we could spit into like a spreadsheet. And, you know, like we've got the timestamps here, but what we could do is have like the difference in time, and then maybe we could like do some averages and say like, here's the amount of time. So these timestamps here are milliseconds. So here we had exactly 400 milliseconds between me popping the first bubble and then the second bubble, for example. 400 milliseconds, that's probably, here's a quicker one. Here's one that's like just a little over 200 milliseconds. This one is about 300-ish. And that kind of makes sense. I mean, I'm kind of doing my average bubble pops when I'm playing fast is like 2.6 pops a second if I'm playing like really fast at my fastest. So, you know, having potentially 200 milliseconds between a pop is certainly possible, depending on how close those bubbles are together. So it'd be nice to kind of like maybe like me play and maybe have my wife play some. My wife's, you know, not as fast as I am at this because I basically sit here all day playing it. So it'd be interesting to have her play a few games and then just see like her speed and everything. And then just kind of like maybe measure up, just kind of do some analysis and kind of look at stats and just kind of see like, okay, when I play, you know, it's about this fast, whatever, that sort of thing. Oh, and then you see a bunch of nulls here because those are the bubbles that got generated, but this player never even popped them. So like this player, there's always going to be 8 nulls pretty much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's always going to be a buffer of like 8 bubbles ahead. That the player has yet to pop, but then so as one player's pushing ahead, that's whichever player's in the lead, there's going to be 8 more bubbles in addition to what they've already popped. So this guy here was way behind because I popped 5 and then went and played with the other player. So this player's got a bunch of nulls here. So I would like to basically, maybe even in more detail than this, actually, too. I'd like to also save the mouse movements and everything. And just do like what was it? What did I just say just now? Oh, yeah. Save the mouse movements as well. And then maybe kind of get stats like the amount of mouse movements between pops and just kind of like look at kind of that data a little bit, just so I can get kind of an idea of like what it looks like to be a human to play the game, right? Because this would kind of give me some insights on maybe some things that I could say, okay, well, if we see a stat like that, that's very not human, so let's you know, kick the player out or whatever. Some stuff like that. So we could kind of I could kind of get some big average numbers of what it looks like to be a human playing the game, and then kind of get, you know, because if there's a bunch of, even on like a really slow mouse or like like let's say we just did like a 30 hertz screen, and then a 30 hertz screen with like a 120 hertz mouse, just kind of like the slowest sample rate kind of thing setup possible. Well, actually, the mouse wouldn't matter if we just did 30 hertz screen. So we're doing technically 30 mouse updates a second. If we could kind of like, if we kind of look at like how many mouse movements are there like in between bubble pops, right? So like, let's look at time between bubble pops. So like a very good player might have just this sort of average bubble pop thing. And at the very low end, like we could do a bunch of tests and just kind of look at I could just play through a bunch of games and just kind of look at the very lowest end. Like what's the fastest time I could have between bubble pops? And obviously there could be people that could potentially be faster, but it'd be nice to get just like a very low baseline on like what I think I'm relatively fast at the game. I could probably practice and be a lot faster, but what would it look like for, what's that kind of bottom level, lowest, speed between pops? And like, what is that? What are the amount of mouse input events that happen between those pops? Like from my mouse moving to one bubble to another, I pop this bubble, now I'm moving to this bubble. How many mouse updates happened along that path? And like how straight was that line between those pops? And just kind of look at that kind of data a little bit, just to kind of get an idea of what it's like for a human playing versus, we could then, because like a bot, you could just write some code to just play the game instantly, pop a bunch of bubbles, or like fake pop bubbles, or like completely bypass the mouse input part of the game. Just say I'm popping these bubbles and just run the functions that pop bubbles, something like that. So it would be really nice to kind of get just really baseline human kind of metrics down as far as the game goes. And one of the things I might also be looking into doing is writing my own bots to play this game. So having some bots that actually would play if a player was waiting for a match for a certain amount of time, because, hey, not a lot of people are going to be playing this game. If people eventually do start playing Populus, and they want to play in a one-on-one competitive way, I might need to have like an actual like bot that's good that's playing the game. A bot that's not good, but it's part of the game itself, part of somebody who needs to actually play the game itself. And and I would like that to be transparent to the human player and say, oh yeah, you're playing an AI, you're playing a bot, whatever. But there could be some kind of general skill levels maybe that I base the AI on, that's based upon the human data, right? I'm not going to go crazy machine learning or anything, but I can just write some little simple algorithms to kind of generate some mouse movements that are kind of based upon the human, playing. And it would be pretty easy to just kind of have, there'd be like some ranges. Like I could look at, I could plot some with it, dumping all this stuff into a spreadsheet, a bunch of playthroughs of me, kind of look at standard deviation and whatever, all that kind of stuff. And then I could use that to kind of generate like the algorithm to generate, okay, I'm going to move, the bot, I'm going to move my mouse to this bubble, but like here, whatever, or, oh, I made a mistake. Maybe there's a certain percentage of chance I'm going to make a mistake, right? Like maybe if I play really, we could base that data up off of me playing. I could just try to play like 10 games as fast as I can, 10 30-second matches as fast as I can. We take a look at my errors, oh, well, I did pretty good, so there's some sort of error percentage. I don't know. Something like that. We could have my wife play a bunch of games and try that, kind of look at those same stats. And anyway, that all sounds kind of crazy. I don't really think it's actually that crazy. I don't think it's too crazy. But it'd be nice to maybe just build a little kind of nice analysis thing that generates the CSVs. And then maybe we can have maybe some Excel stuff set up to... I don't have Excel on this computer, but... or not Excel, but I could probably just do something in Google Sheets and just spin up some quick ways to kind of analyze the data, some formulas or whatever we need, some charts and bar graphs and that sort of thing. And that'll be kind of fun. It'll be kind of fun to look at the data and look at mouse movements and whatever. And there's also the thing, like if you play on mobile, if you play on a mobile device, you're tapping. So you're not moving a mouse at all. It's just a tap that gets translated into a click. Mobile web browsers are just translating a tap into a click event. And then, you know, so that's a whole nother thing where there is no mouse data moving, because you tap here and then you tap here, right? So I need to be careful about how I want to actually detect bots in that sense, or I need to really decide that I'm going to stop mobile playing for right now. So yeah. So I think it's probably going to be it for me for now. We've been going for 7 hours, so that's a pretty long time. So yeah, we got a good bit of stuff done today, I would say. We don't need that open. Yeah, we basically finished up all our ArrayBuffer stuff, and it seems to be working pretty well. And even with shared bubble mode, it's working and fine. And that feels pretty good to have all that done. And I think we're kind of maximized the amount of, or maximized, kind of minified the amount of bytes we are sending, which is pretty cool. Oops. So yeah, so that I think that's working pretty well. Everything we have so far. And yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll start doing the analytics stuff. So yeah, anyone out there, you can play the game right now. It's called Populus. I'll throw it down there in the chat. And yeah, I think I'm ending the stream for now, but I've got a Discord as well. I'll plug that down there in the chat. Anyone can join. I've been trying to update it better and try to do things, and you know, people are slowly joining the community. Not a lot of people on there right now, but yeah, I'd like to kind of see what we can do with that, with the Discord server. Maybe I could try to make things a little more interesting on there. I'm trying to get better at updating that and that sort of thing. And we've got our new emote that we just added that we're waiting for Twitch's approval on, because I uploaded it this morning. But our new toilet emote, our new pixel art toilet, that will be Jorana BRB, because I take a lot of bathroom breaks, so that'll be I do frequent BRBs to the bathroom. So that will be our first emote, and I might have some more that I end up doing this week. But yeah, that's pretty cool. It's about time I had something a little bit, something to offer for the subscribers out there. But yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. I stream Mondays and Tuesdays. Today's Monday, so tomorrow's Tuesday. That means I'm streaming. So yeah, we'll be back here 10 a.m. Central Standard Time for, you know, another 6, 7, 8 hours. We went just over 7 hours today. And I'd like to do a Thursday night stream this coming Thursday. So that's not on my schedule. It's not an official stream day. But I would like to try. I've been trying to do some Thursday night streams. I didn't do last Thursday, but I think I otherwise got the prior 2 weeks. So usually those streams are a little shorter, just like maybe 3 hours or something, because I've been starting them a little later. And I'm usually getting sleepy and not super productive, but nonetheless, it's still kind of fun to hang out and whatever. Kind of a different crowd at Thursday nights, probably more American crowd than there otherwise would be. Because typically I'm streaming during the American workday, so for Mondays and Tuesdays. So yeah, so I think that is it. Again, it'd be cool to maybe start digging into some analytics and stuff tomorrow. Who knows? I might get the itch and do a little bit of that tonight. off stream. But we'll see. We'll see. So, yeah, I think that's it. I think we're signing off. So, appreciate everybody who's watching, hanging out, following, chatting, everything. It's been a good time. It's been a good day. Yeah, I think we're making some good progress to finally having our first multiplayer version of Populus live. We'll be there before we know it, I think. So that's it. I'm signing off. I'm Jared Oliver, your host. Crappy JavaScript game development, just awful, terrible JavaScript game development. Again, I'm your host. I was your host for this show. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Be there or be square, or circle in this case, with the bubbles, with Populus bubbles, because they're circles. All right, I'm out of here. See you guys. Catch you guys in the next one. Bye.